Hi, I'm Zara, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Lebanon to parents who were literally God's angels. Both of them were doctors who worked with a charity organization and treated most patients for free. So obviously, we weren't rich, but we were happy. My parents' kindness rubbed off on me too, and even as a small kid, I couldn't see anyone miserable. But soon after I turned 14, my whole life changed. My parents had gone to Syria as part of a medical team, and a few days later, they were reported missing. As search teams still looked for them, I was sent to live with my aunt and cousin in Turkey. Aunt Rabia was extremely wealthy, and she lived in a huge mansion with her daughter Amel. Aunt welcomed me warmly and showed me around the house. There were beautiful decorative items in every corner. Oh wow, this vase is so pretty. That's Amel's choice. We bought it in Paris last year. You've seen the Eiffel Tower? I've heard it's gorgeous. I suddenly stumbled backwards and knocked the vase off the table, and it shattered into pieces. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's all right. I'll just call someone to clean up the mess, and we'll see the rest of the house later, okay? Gosh, why was I so clumsy? At dinner, I tried to be extra careful not to drop anything, and Aunt noticed my nervousness. Are you still thinking about those vases? Don't worry about it. But just in case Amel says something, don't take it too seriously, okay? What do you mean? Well, her heart's in the right place, but she just has, a different way of expressing her feelings. Just know that we're both very happy to have you here. I wasn't quite sure what Aunt meant, and I was quite curious to meet this mysterious Amel now. Aunt had to leave when she had an important call during dinner, and as I cleared up the plates, a group of laughing girls barged in. One of them spotted me and said, "Hey, you, go get something to drink for me and my friends." This girl must be Amel. "Hi, I'm Zara, and I didn't ask for your name, did I? Just go get me a Coke and an iced tea and a coffee. You know where the kitchen is, right?" I nodded and returned soon with the girls' drinks, and no one even said thank you, which felt odd to me. Just then, one of Amel's friends accidentally knocked over her glass, spilling her drink on the table. Amel snapped her fingers at me, and I wiped up the mess and left. Later, as I was watching TV in the lounge, Amel walked in alone, and she suddenly looked livid. "I know you're new, but are you crazy? You're a maid here, not a guest." "Actually, I'm not the maid. I'm your cousin, Zara." Amel looked taken aback. "So why were you acting like a maid before?" "I wasn't. You just asked me for something, so I did it." "But why? Are you some kind of moron who just does everything she's told?" "No, but you're my cousin, and I didn't mind helping you out." She just stared at my face, then started laughing and walked off. One day, Aunt was telling me about how she'd started her skincare company alone, and now it was $1 million business. I was really impressed. "I want to take my brand global, and I'm looking for someone to model the new range." "But you're so gorgeous yourself, Aunt. You should be the face of your products." Jeez. "Yeah, she's letting you stay in her home, but there's no need to be such a suck-up." "No, I'm serious. Aunt is stunning, and you take after her, you know." As if. I guess Mom hasn't told you her little secret yet. And suddenly, she leapt forward and grabbed Aunt's hair. I thought she was gonna hurt her, but then Aunt Rabia's hair came off. It was a wig, and she was completely bald. Aunt looked really embarrassed, and I was shocked beyond words. But Amel just laughed and walked off singing, "Mom is a baldy, Mom is a baldy." Aunt quickly tried to put her wig back on, but I stopped her. Amel shouldn't have done that. "But Aunt, you're stunning even without your wig." "Oh, Zara, you don't have to say that. I lost all my hair due to alopecia a year ago, and I know I look like a freak." "No, you don't. You look strong and beautiful, like a superhero straight out of a Marvel movie. It really suits you." "You really think so?" "Absolutely." I started school soon, and I felt a little out of place, but I decided I'd just focus on my studies. One day, I was having lunch outside in the schoolyard when a football came flying out of nowhere and hit a young boy playing close to me, knocking him down. I immediately helped him to his feet, then took him to the bathroom and got him cleaned up. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But wait, my iPod! I can't find it! It must have fallen down somewhere. Don't worry, I'll help you look. We both went back to look for it, but when I found it, it was completely smashed, like someone had stepped on it. The boy was about to burst into tears, and I quickly said, "Hey, don't cry. Okay, how about I give you mine?" Really? Is your mom gonna be okay with that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom won't mind. There, it's all yours. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Suddenly, someone behind me spoke.
Wow, awesome indeed.
I turned around to see a tall, handsome boy holding a football.
I'm sorry, that was my football that hit him. Kicked it a little too hard.
I think you should be saying sorry to him, not me. But the little boy was already skipping away with my iPod.
I guess I owe you an iPod. Why'd you give yours away anyway?
Because it's just an iPod, and look how happy he is. He was about to say something when suddenly Amel appeared and threw her arms around his neck. There you are, babe. I see you've already met my cousin. And Zara, this is my fiancé, Murat.
Oh, you two are cousins?
Yes. Remember I told you about the orphan cousin from Libya that we took in? You know how big-hearted Mom is. It's Lebanon, and I'm not an orphan. My parents will be back soon. But yes, my aunt is generous and amazing. And with that, I walked away. A few days later, Aunt was hosting a dinner for Murat and his parents. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when the soufflés were served, they had sunk in, and Amel called for the cook. Did you expect me and my guests to have this soup for dessert? I know you're not the brightest, but how stupid do you have to be to mess it up?
Amel, that's enough, honey. You can go now.
I felt furious. I wanted to tell Amel off so badly, but I didn't want to create a scene. Later that evening, as we all sat in the living room, Murat suddenly turned to me and said,
I've noticed that you're always wearing this big watch. It seems too heavy for your wrist.
Oh, yeah, it's my dad's. Mom gave it to him for his birthday, and, well, I've just borrowed it till they get back home. Zara, could you please not talk about your parents? It's just uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for me to talk about them. Yes, but it makes other people feel weird. No one wants to talk about depressing stuff. I felt angry tears stinging my eyes, and I quickly excused myself and went out to the garden. I found the poor cook crying outside, and I consoled her as best as I could. As she walked away, I turned to find Murat behind me.
Your cook seemed really upset. Maybe Amel was a bit harsh, but I guess you have to deal with servants a certain way.
A certain way? The only way to deal with anyone is with respect.
Yes, but she made a mistake, and Amel had to tell her.
Not in front of everyone, and not like that. And the cook is only human. Her son is really unwell, and she's worried. And even then, she prepared a whole feast for us.
Do you know everything about all the servants?
I do talk to them. Don't you?
Sure, to give instructions, but nothing about their personal lives.
They live in your house and serve you every day. And you don't care to know anything about them?
Wait, are you saying I'm arrogant?
Well, yes. Yes, I am. I started walking away, but suddenly, he gently grabbed my wrist.
Amel shouldn't have said that about your parents. I'm sorry, and I'm sure they'll be found soon.
Me too. And thank you. And then I left. The next evening, when I went to the kitchen, the cook seemed to be in a really good mood, and she told me that Murat had offered to fully pay for her son's treatment. I guess he wasn't so bad after all. A few weeks later, I was walking out of a cafe in town when I walked straight into someone. Murat. A small velvet box fell at my feet, and we both quickly bent down to pick it up, and ended up bumping our heads really hard. Then we both burst out laughing and sat down on a bench.
I just picked out a ring for Amel. You know, we have our engagement party in 2 weeks. What do you think?
He opened the box to reveal a diamond ring. I'm sure she'll love it.
But I asked what you think.
It's lovely. I'm just the wrong person to ask about diamonds.
Well, what kind of ring would you want if you were getting married?
I've never thought about it. And I haven't thought about marriage either. But if it ever happens, I just hope I'm as happy as my parents. And they've never had anything fancy, so I don't think that stuff matters. Murat looked at me with a strange expression, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter.
You're nothing like your cousin, Zara. In fact, you're unlike any girl I know.
Just then, a few raindrops fell on us, and Murat said he'd drive me home. Nope, I'm walking. It'll be fun.
But you'll get wet.
Exactly. When was the last time you walked in the rain, Murat?
Never.
That's just sad. It won't kill you, I promise. I started walking, and he joined me. And then it started raining really hard, and he took off his jacket and put it over my head as we ran for cover, laughing like kids. When it slowed down a bit, Murat walked me home, and I asked him if he'd like to come in and see Amel.
No, I should be heading home. But thank you, Zara. I haven't laughed this much in ages. You're something else.
He smiled, and my heart was fluttering again. I went in, trying to push away that stupid feeling. But just as I was about to walk into my room, someone pushed me hard. It was Amel. What were you doing with Murat, you witch? Hey, can you calm down? We just bumped into each other and he walked me home. Wait a second. Is that Murat's jacket you're wearing? Suddenly, I realized that he'd draped it around my shoulders and I'd forgotten to return it. Look, it started raining and he was just being nice. Listen to me loud and clear, Zara. He's my fiancé, and I don't want you hanging out with him. I didn't plan it, Amel. I'll just stay away from him. You don't need to feel so insecure. Suddenly she pounced at me and snatched the jacket away. Why would you make me feel insecure? You're just a poor orphan living on our charity. Someone like him would never even think about someone like you. And neither would I. But if you call me a poor orphan one more time, Amel, I might just punch your face. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. I was getting sick of her. After that, I completely avoided Murat in school or any time he visited Amel at home. He was her fiancé, and it was best for me to stay away from him. The engagement party was being hosted by Aunt, and the whole house was buzzing with excitement. But just as they were about to exchange rings, Murat suddenly stopped and looked up at her.
Amel, I can't do this. I can't get engaged to you.
What? What do you mean?
I'm really sorry. I tried, but I just can't convince myself to go through with this. It isn't fair to us both.
What are you talking about, Murat?
I'm in love with someone else, and it's not you. I'm sorry.
Murat left the room, and everyone just stood there, speechless with shock. Amel burst into tears and ran off to her room. What had just happened? Aunt Rabia looked really upset. An hour later, when I went up to my room, I was shocked to see that the whole place was trashed, and Amel was standing in a corner, holding Dad's watch. Amel, have you lost your mind? And what are you doing with my watch? I was waiting for you to come so I could show you. And with that, she put my watch on a table and smashed it with a hammer. Oh my God, no! What did you do? That was my dad's. How could you? Well, I don't think he's coming back for it. And suddenly, I snapped. I leapt forward and grabbed her hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Moments later, Aunt walked in and pulled us apart. What's gotten into you two? She stole my fiancé. She's a snake, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about, you psycho. Aunt took Amel away, and I climbed into my bed and cried for what seemed like hours. The next day, Aunt came into my room with a really serious face.
Zara, I'm sending you away to live with my cousin in another city, and you'll be attending school there. I'll pay for everything, of course.
I stared at her face, feeling a bit heartbroken. I loved my aunt, and I didn't want to be away from her. I wish you would believe me that this isn't my fault, Aunt Rabia.
I do believe you, but I have to take care of my daughter, and I don't think it's a good idea for you two to be around each other. I hope you'll understand.
I left to stay with Aunt's cousin the next day. I missed her a lot, but her cousin was kind too, and I soon settled into my new school and tried to forget about my life before. But I never gave up hope that my parents would be found one day. I worked hard for a scholarship and got into a good university. One day, as I was walking out of university, a gust of wind suddenly blew some papers out of my hand, and as I ran after them, I tripped and was about to fall face forward when someone caught me.
I got you. And your papers too.
I looked up in complete shock. It was Marat. What are you doing here?
Obviously looking for you.
But why, Marat? You don't know how difficult you made things for me.
I know, and I'm really sorry. When I found out you left, I knew there was no use coming after you, because you'd never make your aunt or Amel unhappy. And I went away myself, trying to forget you, but I just couldn't. You somehow changed me, Zara. I don't want to just settle for something ordinary anymore. I want to be with someone who makes me happy, who makes me better. I'm in love with you. Maybe since the first time I met you.
It was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard, and my eyes welled up. I never really stopped thinking about you either, Marat. But I don't think we can be together. My aunt would be convinced that I broke you and Amel up, and she'd hate me.
That's another reason why I'm here. Your aunt's been sick for a while, and I think she'd really like to see you. There's something she wants to tell you.
I immediately dropped everything and went to see Aunt Rabia, and I was shocked to find her so weak. Why didn't you tell me you were sick, Aunt? Who's been taking care of you? Where's Amel?
Amel got married to a rich, much older guy some months ago, and she left. She hasn't visited me since.
Well, I'm here now. Aunt tearfully took my hands.
My darling Zara, I'm sorry that I ever sent you away from me. I was angry then, but I don't blame Marat for falling for you. You're the best person I know, and you have my blessing to be with him. You deserve every bit of happiness.
I hugged Aunt tight, and then she said something that shook my world.
There's something else, but I had to be absolutely sure before I could tell you. I got a call from an agency in Syria that had been trying to reach you. Zara, your parents have been found. I spoke to them myself, and they're flying in tomorrow.
I just couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It sounded unbelievable, but I'd never, ever lost hope. I left Aunt to rest and found Marat waiting outside. You knew about my parents?
I did, but I had to let your aunt be the one to tell you.
I can't wait to see them again and introduce them to you.
I'm so happy for you, Zara. It looks like it's gonna rain. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
I'd really love that.
Come on, Serena, give me sexy, give me fierce, glare at the camera, burn us with your hotness. Yes, queen, yes, I love it.
Just then, my boyfriend Malcolm texted me saying he was outside. I was tired of posing like a stupid duck anyway. Looking around, I accidentally tripped over some electrical cords, and the shoot was over for the day. I catwalked my way outside, where Malcolm was leaning against his 169th sports car.
Testing out this beauty today. You ready for a wild ride?
I was born ready, baby. Wait. Let me start from the beginning. Hi, my name is Serena, and this is how dating the mayor's son became my worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Growing up, people often said I looked like a delicate princess with a monkey's personality. I was a restless kid who was always jumping and climbing high places. And as a teenager, I got into parkour. One day, there was a parkour competition in my neighborhood, and I felt a rush of adrenaline as I bounded up the side of a wall, leapt onto a tree branch, and then jumped onto a railing. People were filming my moves. Just then, I spotted this guy in the crowd who clearly wasn't from around here, and he was watching me. As I landed a tricky flip, I glanced over, and his smile made my heart race.
Wow, that was impressive. I've never seen a girl do things like that before.
Oh, I'm sure the girls you know can only walk down a runway.
That's true, which is why I'm so intrigued by you. My dad owns a sportswear company, among other businesses, and you'd be a great face for it. Your face is great.
Are you making me a modeling offer? It turns out he was, and an offer I couldn't refuse. The money could help my family so much, and before I knew it, my whole life flipped upside down. Malcolm was the mayor's son, and after he launched my modeling career, so many brands wanted to work with me. I was grateful for the opportunities, but in a matter of months, I'd turned into someone I barely recognized, and Malcolm eventually became my boyfriend. He was obsessed with sports cars and racing, and I was soon attending his competitions and getting to know his friends and family. People always told us how good we looked together, but even after 2 years, I felt a little out of place in Malcolm's world, and I never got used to the bodyguards around. The last one, Felix, wasn't much older than us, but I'd never met someone unfriendlier. I tried all kinds of smiles, got him coffee, even brought him mom's pie once, but not a muscle twitched in that poker face. Felix, my zip is open. Can you help me?
It's not my job to help you dress, ma'am.
You can't pull up my zipper? You want me to go out like this in front of all these people?
I don't see how that's my concern, ma'am.
Such a jerk. I had no choice but to go like that when suddenly Felix pulled me back and zipped me up, then literally pushed me away. Weirdo. A few days later, I was having a date with Malcolm and Felix, and Malcolm seemed preoccupied. Is everything okay, babe?
Yeah, fine. Just business stuff. Nothing to worry your pretty little head about. Wait, you ordered a beef burger with extra fries?
Yeah?
Waiter, please take this away and bring a salad.
But I don't want a salad.
I used a bunch of contacts to get you that Prada contract. You need to watch your waistline before the shoot. Listen, there is something I want to talk to you about. I'm moving to Europe next month to compete in tournaments there, and I want you to come with me.
What? But my life's here, and my family, plus I'm starting college soon.
You don't need stupid college. Your beauty alone can make you richer. Just focus on that. And, well, me. I'm your ticket to success, babe. Together, we can do great things.
But just then, his phone started ringing and he took it outside. I could see him shouting at someone, and then suddenly, he just left with Felix. Since then, Malcolm got busier and grumpier, and I gave him his space, but I wished he would just share things with me. Then one day at home, I was shocked to find out that Malcolm had a terrible accident. I called his parents in a panic, but they weren't answering their phones. Finally, I got through to Felix. Is Malcolm okay? Where is he?
Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you anything, ma'am.
Are you kidding me? My boyfriend had an accident and you can't tell me anything about it? Can you for once be a human and just help me, please?
Fine, I'll pick you up.
He refused to answer my questions as he drove me to a hospital at the other end of town. When I entered the room, my heart sank seeing someone in a coma who wasn't Malcolm. Why are you messing with me right now? That's not him.
Look closer.
That's when I realized that he kinda looked like Malcolm. If Malcolm had red hair, a huge mole on his cheek, and a beard, this can't be him. This is a body double, right?
It's him, and his appearance has been changed for safety reasons. We're not sure if the accident was really an accident. That's all I can say. Now let's go.
He called an Uber and sent me off, and I could barely process everything. My boyfriend was in a coma? That dude on the bed was my boyfriend? And what safety reasons? The next day when I went to the hospital, Malcolm wasn't there and apparently never had been. What are you saying? He was here yesterday. Room 209? The last room in this hospital is 208. Can you please leave now? As I walked out dazed, I checked my phone and came across the mayor releasing a statement that Malcolm had only suffered minor injuries and was recovering nicely. Minor? Yesterday he was in a freaking coma. I went straight to Malcolm's mansion for answers, but his parents wouldn't let me in.
Why would we let you visit our son? We don't even know you.
Huh? It's me, Serena, his girlfriend?
I think you're hallucinating, young lady.
Sir, I know you're concerned about his security, but this is crazy. I just want to know how he's doing. I'm not some imposter. Look, I'll just do my Face ID like I always do. But my Face ID wasn't working anymore.
Get lost before we call the police.
As I was walking away from the mansion, I suddenly bumped into Felix. Oh, thank God you're here. They won't let me visit Malcolm. They're acting like they don't even know me.
I can't help you, Serena. I got fired for taking you to the hospital yesterday.
Felix, I'm sorry, but come on. Of all the people, they don't trust you and me? We have to figure out what's happening here.
Yes, I'm going to, but I work alone.
And then he got into his car and just drove away. I was feeling insane the next 2 days, hatching plans from breaking into the mansion to making noises in the press about the whole thing. Then one evening, I got a call from Felix to meet him at a cafe.
So, you know how I said I work alone? Well, I changed my mind, and you can work with me. Yay!
He then told me that Malcolm's parents were hosting a grand party for their 40th wedding anniversary that weekend. Their son's in a coma and they're celebrating? Is Malcolm even in a coma?
I saw the accident myself, and he was unconscious. But then the mayor's team took over everything, and the next day I was fired. We gotta get inside that mansion to find out what's really happening. I've got us on the guest list. We'll be going as them.
Mr. and Mrs. the Ball de la Croix what?
Tybalt de la Croix-Rousse. They're French. You're not gonna mess up this mission, are you? Because I can get someone else.
No, I'll be amazing. I promise. A mission. Wow. Like, I'm super worried about Malcolm, of course. But this sounds exciting. So, you got any, pro tips for this undercover undercover spy biz?
Yeah, wear an adult diaper. Can't take bathroom breaks on a mission. And you pee 20 times a day.
I do not. Do you wear a diaper?
Of course not. I'm trained to hold my pee for 72 hours.
Oh, right. Okay. Any other advice?
Yeah, wear a dress with a long slit.
You mean like those Bond movies where there's always a bimbo girl wearing a dress with a long slit so she can distract the bad guy with her legs? I'm the bimbo.
The slit makes it easier to kick the bad guys and run, genius. That's what I meant anyway.
Oh, gotcha. On the night of the party, we could have fooled the French couple themselves with our disguises. Felix and I were wearing earpieces to communicate with each other, and soon after we walked in, we heard Malcolm's parents talking loudly with some guests.
Oh, Malcolm's doing great. He couldn't be here tonight because he's left for Brazil to train for his next race. Barely got a scratch on him in the accident, the lucky devil, and he's already back at it.
Such liars! Felix signaled that he was slipping away to explore the mansion, and just then, a couple approached me.
You are so chic. French, I'm guessing?
CC.
It's we.
Oui. Sorry, I mix up sometimes. My parents are half French, half Jamaican. Oh, could you please say something in French? I so adore the language.
Excuse yourself. Walk away.
Okay. Oui. Poulet pour vis-à-vis le belle leur frère, le omelette du fromage. It means this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
That was mostly garbage. And then you said cheese omelet. Would you care to dance, mademoiselle?
The man was dragging me off to the dance floor before I could say no, and some tango music came on.
You don't know how to do the tango, do you? Listen, I'm watching you. Just follow my instructions. First, step forward with your right foot and pivot on your left. Then cross your left foot over your right and step back with your right.
I had no idea what I was doing, but I soldiered on.
No, Serena, your left, not his left. You're gonna trip.
Sure enough, I went tumbling to the floor. I quickly got up and walked off to the corner, and I could hear Felix laughing. It's not funny, buttface.
Hey, that's no way to talk to your husband. Now, can you just stay out of trouble for 5 minutes so I can focus? Oh gosh, someone's coming. Serena, I need you to remember this password. JK5942-438 $.
Wait, what? Let me get this down.
Pull the dogs out, 4789 hashtag.
I have tissue and a lipstick now. Can you start from the beginning?
Oh god, there's no time. Just start running towards the main door.
What? And just leave you here?
I'm right behind you. Run!
I started sprinting at mad speed as Felix caught up with me holding a laptop and a bunch of security guards after him.
Head towards the garden. We gotta get over that wall. You think you can manage?
Oh, Mr. Croissant, you're about to see something really special. I bounded up the wall like a cat and landed on the other side before Felix. We ran towards his car and made a fast getaway. We stopped in a fast food parking lot and Felix opened up the laptop. I'm still buzzing, dude. I haven't felt so alive in ages.
I have to admit, that wall climbing was amazing. I've seen some of your parkour videos, but watching you in person, well, I'm impressed.
You've seen my videos?
I haven't posted anything in like 2 years. I do a background check on my clients, so yeah, they came up. Okay, I logged into their security system, and see this? It's a view of every room in the mansion, and Malcolm isn't there. They've moved him someplace else.
What do we do now?
We'll figure something out. For now, you deserve a good meal after your first mission, and you can eat in peace without Malcolm around.
Excuse me?
You know, he's always telling you what to eat.
No, he's not telling me anything. He's just looking out for me. I mean, I am a model, and I owe my career to Malcolm.
Okay, so he also wasn't telling you that you have to move to Europe and that you don't need college?
Just because you get to eavesdrop on our conversations doesn't mean you get to judge us.
I'm just saying, Malcolm's a bit of a jerk with you. You don't owe him anything. It's a relationship, not a business transaction.
I don't have to sit around and listen to this. You know nothing. I stormed off and hailed a cab. Before he acted like I didn't exist, and now he suddenly had all these opinions about my life? I'd cooled off a bit by morning, and I really wanted to know what Felix was planning next. Luckily, he texted me soon. I think I know where he is. If you want to join me, be at the airport by 7 p.m. Well, that wasn't an apology exactly, but it would do. I told my parents I had a shoot in another city for a few days.
Almost thought you wouldn't make it. Also, Serena.
It's okay. I accept your apology.
Apology? I haven't even thought about apologizing. I was just saying, why do you have 2 large suitcases?
I had to pack summer and winter clothes because I didn't know where we were going. Thanks to your cryptic message. Can't you use your words better?
Can't you use your words less or not at all?
Ugh, I wasn't gonna talk to this jerk on the flight, even though I wanted to know why he thought Malcolm was in London. But as the plane was taking off, Felix noticed how hard I was clutching the armrest.
Miss Parkour's afraid of flying?
Yeah, there's nothing to jump at 40,000 feet. God, I think I'm having a panic attack.
Anything I can do? Breathe into this paper bag?
Yes, you can. Can you sing a One Direction song for me? Their songs calm me down.
Which one?
Any. Sing any.
Okay. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know. Oh, you don't know you're beautiful.
He had that half smile on his face, and my heart did something funny, but I snapped out of it.
You actually know a One Direction song? Dude, you're so lame.
What? But you just said...
Yeah, I lied. I'm not having a panic attack, and I certainly don't listen to One Direction like a 13-year-old girl. Now, should I paint your nails while you tell me your hopes and dreams? Felix refused to talk to me after that, and I couldn't stop grinning. Serena 1, Felix 0. After we'd checked into our hotel, Felix told me that he'd intercepted some phone calls the mayor had made to London.
It's just a strong hunch, but Malcolm's parents own a mansion in the countryside, and I think he's there. We'll try sneaking in late at night.
Okay, so what are we doing during the day?
We could see London.
We did, and I found myself having more fun than I'd had in ages. Even Felix seemed relaxed and different here, and well, cuter. So, there's something that's been bothering me a bit. I'm looking for Malcolm because he's my boyfriend, but why are you looking for him? You're not even his bodyguard anymore.
Well, there's something weird going on here, and I just want to get to the bottom of it.
Is that all?
Actually, there is something.
Just then, an old lady started begging Felix to buy flowers, and the minute he turned to her, a woman in black grabbed me.
I've got the girl. I need reinforcements. Now.
Felix immediately sprung into action and attacked her. He sent her flying into a bush and then grabbed my hand as we ran with more people chasing us. We came out onto a street where a huge parade was happening. The place was jam-packed. We pushed through the crowd, jumped over cars, and managed to make our way through narrow alleys till we were sure we'd shaken those people off. Who were those guys? And why did that woman say, "I've got the girl"? What did she want with me?
Malcolm is involved with some dangerous people, Serena. Maybe they're looking for him too and thought you could lead them to him.
Can you please tell me more?
I'll tell you everything after we find Malcolm, I promise.
We didn't go back to our hotel in case it was being watched and headed straight to the mansion. We hid out till it was dark, and Felix scouted the area and reported there were only 2 guards at the main gate. We jumped over the back wall and made our way to the house, and Felix picked the lock of the kitchen door in minutes. This was almost too easy, but the second Felix pulled the door open, I saw something coming his way, and I threw him onto the floor.
Did you just save me from being impaled by an arrow?
I think I just did.
Remind me to thank you if we survive this.
There were more arrows being shot by a machine, and Felix and I crawled our way out of there and landed in the main hall.
Hey, you've scraped your shoulder.
Oh, it must have happened while climbing over the wall.
Let me take a look. It's bleeding.
Felix was standing really close as he inspected my wound, and I was feeling a bit breathless. Suddenly, he stopped short.
Serena, what's that around your neck?
What, this? It's a diamond pendant Malcolm gave me a few weeks ago. I usually keep it under my shirt. What? Why is your face all weird?
That necklace. It's got everything I've been looking for.
Huh?
Serena, I actually work for the government. I took up a job as Malcolm's bodyguard because we found out he's involved with a ring of diamond smugglers. I've been trying to get to them through Malcolm, but I had no idea he had this necklace, that you had it. This diamond can bring down their whole smuggling operation, so I'm gonna need that, and we can leave now.
Wait, leave? What about Malcolm?
Actually, my mission is done. I don't need him anymore.
So what? You're not gonna help me find him now? Fine, take this necklace and go. I ran off down the hallway feeling shaken, but determined to find Malcolm, and seconds later, Felix was by my side.
You're so exasperating. Why do you even care about stupid Malcolm?
I'm not explaining myself. Just leave. I opened a door at the end of the hallway, and we entered a bare room. But suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, and the room started filling up with some gas.
Oh, great. Now we're gonna die in a gas chamber.
Help! Someone! Help us!
No one's coming, and there's no way out.
Oh my god, do you feel your skin melting?
Not yet, but I'd give it about 3 minutes till we stop feeling everything.
I'm so sorry for landing you here, Felix.
And I'm sorry I can't get you out, Serena. Really.
So, this is it? Any last wishes?
Yeah, just one.
Suddenly, Felix pulled me close and kissed me hard. Just then, the door opened, and Malcolm was standing there with armed guards behind him. Malcolm! Oh, thank God you're okay. And you just saved us.
You weren't gonna die. That's just some harmless smoke to scare intruders. What are you two doing here?
Looking for you? Can you please tell me what's been going on? And finally, Malcolm explained everything.
A year ago, I got involved with some diamond smugglers. They wanted me to use Dad's connections to make smuggling into the city easier, and they offered a lot of money. I tried doing what they said, but I wasn't successful, and I wanted to back out. And then I had the accident. I did hurt my head, but I was conscious soon and told Dad everything. He got got me out of the country to hide me from those people. But I guess they're still after me because I know too much. How come you still have this necklace? Oh, that's just something I picked up from the smuggler's headquarters once. Man, you should have seen the diamonds they have. I'm sure no one noticed me taking this tiny thing.
Thanks for the thoughtful present.
It's not just a necklace. It has an encrypted microchip that has information about their whole network. We can take them down for good with this. We? Who are you really, dude? Law enforcement. Sorry, I was just acting as your bodyguard. So what happens to me now? If you cooperate, I'm sure we can be lenient with you.
Soon enough, some official-looking cars arrived, and as Malcolm was being escorted out, he suddenly asked to speak to me.
I should be out of this mess soon, babe. And then we'll go anywhere. Do anything we want.
Except that, with you, I haven't really been doing what I want, Malcolm. I'll always be grateful to you for helping me make my family's lives better, but I can't keep being your girlfriend for that reason.
Seriously? You're breaking up with me? I made you.
So my looks and talent are worthless? I'm not sure I even want to be a model anymore. I'd rather go to college and take up parkour again. Goodbye, Malcolm, and good luck. Felix told me I'd be escorted back home by a security team who'd keep a watch on me till the operation was over.
I need to tie up some loose ends here. You were a good partner, Serena. See you around.
Did he just leave me with an arm punch? A few hours later, I was settling into my airplane seat, and I couldn't help feeling deflated. Just then, I heard a voice.
Scoot over. I'm here to hold your hand.
Felix, what are you doing here? Don't you have loose ends to tie?
Yeah, but I felt we needed to talk about some things first. Like the fact that you broke up with Malcolm.
Just came to my senses, I guess. We're all wrong for each other.
Cool. Sounds good.
Anything else you want to talk about? Like that passionate kiss in the gas room?
What about it? People do crazy things when they think they're about to die.
Well, that's good to know.
Also, when they're in love.
What?
I've liked you since ages, Serena. I hated seeing you with Malcolm, but there wasn't much I could do about it. So, what do you think? Am I right for you?
Too soon to tell. Take me out on a proper date and we'll see.
What do you think I'm doing here? We're up in the clouds, we've got food. This is a date.
Airplane food doesn't feel like a date.
It's a date.
Doesn't feel like one to me.
Let's see what we can do to change that.
Hi, my name is Demelza. Please like and subscribe. My first memory of Mom is of her voice. She'd sing lullabies to me every night, and it was the most beautiful sound in the world. The minute she stopped, I'd start screaming for more. By the time I was 1, I could hum every lullaby perfectly. Dad would play the grand piano, and I'd jump onto his lap and press the keys, delighted by the sounds I made. On Dad's 30th birthday, there was a grand celebration at our mansion. In the middle of it, I climbed onto the table and started singing the birthday song. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daddy. Happy birthday to you. When I was finished, I looked around in surprise to see grown men crying.
Oh my God, she has the voice of an angel. I always had a feeling Demelza was gifted. I'm so proud of you, darling.
My parents hired the best musicians and vocal coaches for me, and there was no stopping me after that. At every party, I'd put on a show for our guests, and I'd make them pay me too. My life was perfect until one day when everything changed. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad had just returned from a business trip, and I stopped short when I saw a scrawny little girl get out of the car too. She was trying to hide behind Dad, but he gently pushed her forward.
Demelza, this is Isabel. She's your sister, and she's going to live with us now. Will you take care of her?
I looked into her scared, dark eyes and immediately took her hand. Always. But the day Isabel walked in, a dark shadow was cast over our happy home. That evening, we overheard a huge fight between my parents.
You've broken my heart, and now you've brought a reminder of that to live with us? She can't stay here. I won't raise a child that isn't mine. She has nowhere to go. Her mother's gone. I know you hate me right now, but please, don't take it out on her. She's just a kid.
I didn't want Isabel to hear this, so I said, "Come on, I'll play something for you. What's your favorite song?" I didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. Mom hated Isabel. She pretended like Isabel didn't even exist. But Dad and I adored her, and we more than made up for Mom's ice-cold attitude. But in the 8th grade, we got some news one day that turned our worlds around. Dad had been in a terrible car accident, and he was gone. We were all devastated, but Mom just shut herself up in her room for weeks. One night, I was reading a story to Isabel when Mom suddenly barged in.
What are you doing in my daughter's room? You're just a poor maid.
Mom, are you okay? She's not a maid. This is Isabel, remember?
How could I forget her? Everything bad that's happened to us is her fault.
I stared in horror at Mom as Isabel started to cry.
Pack your things first thing in the morning, Isabel. You're going to be sleeping with the maids now.
What? No, she's not going anywhere.
Either she goes to the maids or the orphanage. This is her last night here.
As Mom was leaving, she suddenly pounced at Isabel, grabbed her stuffed bunny, and threw it in the fire.
No, my mom made that.
Isabel cried for hours, and I hugged her to sleep. What had happened to my mom? The very next day, Isabel was shifted to the maids' quarters and made their helper after school. I was scared she'd be sent away, so I didn't fight with Mom, but I'd sneak food to her and help her with her homework at night. And at school, we could always hang out together. But one day, I was really surprised to see Mom marching into the principal's office. Mom, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm here to withdraw Isabel from school, of course.
You can't do that.
She has to go to school. Why? She's never going to be anything but a maid like her stupid mother. You don't need an education to sweep floors.
As she turned around, I grabbed Mom's wrist. If you make her drop out of school, I will too. And I'll tell everyone why. Are you sure you want everyone to know how you really treat Isabel, Mom? Dad would be so disappointed in you. Mom looked shocked, then angrily pulled her arm away and left. I'd won this little battle, but God knows what she'd do next. Things weren't great at home, but at least I had Eric. He was my boyfriend for 2 years and was just crazy about my voice. One evening when I was on a date with him, I suddenly started getting calls from Isabel.
Come home, right now.
I ran home to a scene of complete chaos. Mom was tearing apart Isabel's room. What's going on?
Your dad's watch is missing, and I'm going to search all the maids' rooms. And when I find it, I'm kicking out the thief for good.
Just then, a servant came from another room, saying it was under Mom's personal maid's bed. Mom looked completely shocked to find out it was her, but she threw her bags out instantly. Some days later, it was Isabel's 13th birthday, and I snuck into her room with a cake. When she blew the candles out, I asked her what she'd wished for. I wished your mom was dead. Isabel, you don't mean that. She's my mom. Isabel stayed silent, and I got up to leave. I'd never seen that look of hatred on my little sister's face before. In the middle of all this drama, I had a huge audition coming up. A prestigious music academy was looking for talent from different schools, and being selected would be a dream. But 5 days before the audition, I woke up with my throat hurting. I called out to the maid, but to my horror, my voice was gone. Mom rushed me to the doctor, who diagnosed me with laryngitis. What he said next left me shocked.
Your voice will return to normal soon, but this is the end of your singing. If you strain your vocal cords too much, you could lose your voice permanently.
I just couldn't believe it. On the day of the auditions, I slipped into the auditorium with Eric, feeling devastated. I wanted to be up on that stage more than anything. And then, one of the judges said,
"The last performer is Miss Isabel."
Wait, what? Isabel stepped onto the stage and started singing.
You made me insecure.
I was stunned. Her voice was beautiful. The judges gave her a standing ovation and said they'd be in touch with her soon. As everyone started to leave, I caught up with her. Isabel, that was amazing. But why didn't you tell me you could ever sing like that? She brushed my arm off angrily, her eyes blazing. You never asked. You just assumed that you're the only one with any talent. But I guess that's something we both got from our father. It makes you unhappy, doesn't it? Why would you say that? I've always had your back, Isabel. Yet, I've been living as a maid in my dad's house for years. And you did nothing. You think sneaking me food makes up for how I'm treated? No, it doesn't. All it does is make you feel good about yourself. Isabel, I tried. You should have tried harder. I hate you, Demelza. As she stormed off, I felt heartbroken. As Eric walked me back home that evening, suddenly a cyclist came charging straight at him. I pushed Eric out of the way just in time, but he landed on the pavement, hitting his head. I quickly called an ambulance, and after hours of waiting at the hospital, we were shocked to get the news. Eric was in a coma. The doctors were hopeful he'd wake up soon, but weeks turned into months, and before I knew it, a year had passed. I was almost done with high school, and Isabel was in her music academy on full scholarship, but we never spoke anymore. One day when I went to see Eric, I was shocked to see him sitting up in bed. "Oh my God, you're awake!" He gently pushed me away. "I'm sorry, who are you?" "Eric, it's me, Demelza, your girlfriend." "Can you sing?" "Yes, well, I used to, but then I got sick and had to stop, remember?" "No, I just know that my girlfriend sings beautifully. I couldn't move or see all these months, but she'd talk and sing to me often, and I could hear her. I know her voice, and it's not you." Suddenly, my blood ran cold when I heard someone behind me. "Babe, that was me. You could hear me?" "Isabel?" Yes, it's you." She ran forward and hugged him, and then they kissed. Suddenly, I just lost it. I pulled Isabel by her hair. "Are you completely crazy? You've been visiting my boyfriend and singing to him? Tell him you're lying." "I am not. He's mine. Let me go, witch." And suddenly, she pushed me viciously and I went flying into a trolley. I attacked her and we went crashing straight into the machines. And the next thing we knew, we were both thrown out of the hospital. I turned furiously to Isabel. "We're done. For good. You've become a hateful monster. I don't even know who you are anymore. But you're definitely not my sister. Finally." And with that, she left. I went on a very long walk to clear my head. And by the time I got home, Isabel was gone. The next morning, Mom discovered a lot of things were gone too, including Dad's watch. "I'm going to report her to the police. I'm going to—" "Mom, just stop it. She's gone. That's what you wanted since you first saw her, right? And so what if she took Dad's stuff? It's hers too. Let it freaking go." A year later, I went off to university to study music. If I couldn't sing anymore, I could still play. In my final year, I was leaving the campus one day when I stepped on a newspaper. It had Eric and Isabel's face on the front page with the headline, "Billionaire to tie knot in 2 weeks." Well, good for them. But just a few days later, I walked into a coffee shop, and to my shock, I saw Eric there. And he was kissing a blonde girl that definitely wasn't Isabel. I just walked away. It wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And when her wedding day arrived, I just couldn't not do anything. Even if she hated me, she was my frickin' little sister. And that's how I found myself bursting into the church and running like crazy down the aisle. "Hold it! This wedding can't happen!" As Isabel turned to look at me in horror, I ran straight at her and hugged her. I held onto her tight as she squirmed and shrieked. "OMG, you psycho, get off me! I love you, Isabel. I'm not going anywhere till you listen to me." As Eric looked super mad and everyone stared at us, she dragged me off to a small room. "What do you think you're doing, Demelza?" "Isabel, you can't marry Eric. He's a cheater. I saw him kissing a girl the other day. I swear, I'm not lying." "You think I don't know about that? Well, I do, and it doesn't matter. I stole your man, and he'll take care of me. At least I got rid of you and your psycho mom, so just buzz off." "Isabel, listen to me. You're just angry right now. I'm so sorry about everything. Mom was unbelievably cruel to you, and I should have fought harder. You deserved so much better, and you still do. Don't marry this jerk, please." "Why do you care?" "Because you're my little sister, and I miss you so much. I had 2 things that I loved the most, my voice and you. I lost my voice for good, and I don't want to lose you too. Please forgive me and come with me." "Oh, Demelza, I'm so sorry for all the horrible things I did to you. I thought I wanted to marry Eric to tease you, but I now realize that everything I've been doing in my life was to not end up alone.
I just wanted to belong to someone. You belong to me. You're my family. I made a promise to Dad to take care of you, and I will, always. And with that, we hugged each other and walked back to our home. Family always comes first.
Hi, I'm Zara, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Lebanon to parents who were literally God's angels. Both of them were doctors who worked with a charity organization and treated most patients for free. So obviously, we weren't rich, but we were happy. My parents' kindness rubbed off on me too, and even as a small kid, I couldn't see anyone miserable. But soon after I turned 14, my whole life changed. My parents had gone to Syria as part of a medical team, and a few days later, they were reported missing. As search teams still looked for them, I was sent to live with my aunt and cousin in Turkey. Aunt Rabia was extremely wealthy, and she lived in a huge mansion with her daughter Amel. Aunt welcomed me warmly and showed me around the house. There were beautiful decorative items in every corner. Oh wow, this vase is so pretty.
That's Amel's choice. We bought it in Paris last year.
You've seen the Eiffel Tower? I've heard it's gorgeous.
I suddenly stumbled backwards and knocked the vase off the table, and it shattered into pieces.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I'll just call someone to clean up the mess, and we'll see the rest of the house later, okay?
Gosh, why was I so clumsy? At dinner, I tried to be extra careful not to drop anything, and Aunt noticed my nervousness.
Are you still thinking about those vases? Don't worry about it. But just in case Amel says something, don't take it too seriously, okay?
What do you mean?
Well, her heart's in the right place, but she just has, a different way of expressing her feelings. Just know that we're both very happy to have you here.
I wasn't quite sure what Aunt meant, and I was quite curious to meet this mysterious Amel now. Aunt had to leave when she had an important call during dinner, and as I cleared up the plates, a group of laughing girls barged in. One of them spotted me and said, "Hey, you, go get something to drink for me and my friends." This girl must be Amel. "Hi, I'm Zara, and I didn't ask for your name, did I? Just go get me a Coke and an iced tea and a coffee. You know where the kitchen is, right?" I nodded and returned soon with the girls' drinks, and no one even said thank you, which felt odd to me. Just then, one of Amel's friends accidentally knocked over her glass, spilling her drink on the table. Amel snapped her fingers at me, and I wiped up the mess and left. Later, as I was watching TV in the lounge, Amel walked in alone, and she suddenly looked livid. "I know you're new, but are you crazy? You're a maid here, not a guest." "Actually, I'm not the maid. I'm your cousin, Zara." Amel looked taken aback. "So why were you acting like a maid before?" "I wasn't. You just asked me for something, so I did it." "But why? Are you some kind of moron who just does everything she's told?" "No, but you're my cousin, and I didn't mind helping you out." She just stared at my face, then started laughing and walked off. One day, Aunt was telling me about how she'd started her skincare company alone, and now it was $1 million business. I was really impressed. "I want to take my brand global, and I'm looking for someone to model the new range." "But you're so gorgeous yourself, Aunt. You should be the face of your products." Jeez. "Yeah, she's letting you stay in her home, but there's no need to be such a suck-up." "No, I'm serious. Aunt is stunning, and you take after her, you know." As if. "I guess Mom hasn't told you her little secret yet." And suddenly, she leapt forward and grabbed Aunt's hair. I thought she was gonna hurt her, but then Aunt Rabia's hair came off. It was a wig, and she was completely bald. Aunt looked really embarrassed, and I was shocked beyond words. But Amel just laughed and walked off singing, "Mom is a baldy, Mom is a baldy." Aunt quickly tried to put her wig back on, but I stopped her. Amel shouldn't have done that. "But Aunt, you're stunning even without your wig."
Oh, Zara, you don't have to say that. I lost all my hair due to alopecia a year ago, and I know I look like a freak.
No, you don't. You look strong and beautiful, like a superhero straight out of a Marvel movie. It really suits you. You really think so? Absolutely. I started school soon and I felt a little out of place, but I decided I'd just focus on my studies. One day, I was having lunch outside in the schoolyard when a football came flying out of nowhere and hit a young boy playing close to me, knocking him down. I immediately helped him to his feet, then took him to the bathroom and got him cleaned up. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But wait, my iPod! I can't find it. It must have fallen down somewhere. Don't worry, I'll help you look. We both went back to look for it, but when I found it, it was completely smashed, like someone had stepped on it. The boy was about to burst into tears, and I quickly said, "Hey, don't cry. Okay, how about I give you mine?" Really? Is your mom gonna be okay with that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my mom won't mind. There, it's all yours. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Suddenly, someone behind me spoke.
Wow, awesome indeed.
I turned around to see a tall, handsome boy holding a football.
I'm sorry, that was my football that hit him. Kicked it a little too hard.
I think you should be saying sorry to him, not me. But the little boy was already skipping away with my iPod.
I guess I owe you an iPod. Why'd you give yours away anyway?
Because it's just an iPod, and look how happy he is. He was about to say something when suddenly Amel appeared and threw her arms around his neck. There you are, babe. I see you've already met my cousin. And Zara, this is my fiancé, Murat.
Oh, you two are cousins?
Yes. Remember I told you about the orphan cousin from Libya that we took in? You know how big-hearted Mom is. It's Lebanon, and I'm not an orphan. My parents will be back soon. But yes, my aunt is generous and amazing. And with that, I walked away. A few days later, Aunt was hosting a dinner for Murat and his parents. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when the soufflés were served, they had sunk in, and Amel called for the cook. Did you expect me and my guests to have this soup for dessert? I know you're not the brightest, but how stupid do you have to be to mess it up?
Amel, that's enough, honey. You can go now.
I felt furious. I wanted to tell Amel off so badly, but I didn't want to create a scene. Later that evening, as we all sat in the living room, Murat suddenly turned to me and said,
I've noticed that you're always wearing this big watch. It seems too heavy for your wrist.
Oh, yeah, it's my dad's. Mom gave it to him for his birthday, and, well, I've just borrowed it till they get back home. Zara, could you please not talk about your parents? It's just uncomfortable.
It's not uncomfortable for me to talk about them.
Yes, but it makes other people feel weird. No one wants to talk about depressing stuff. I felt angry tears stinging my eyes, and I quickly excused myself and went out to the garden. I found the poor cook crying outside, and I consoled her as best as I could. As she walked away, I turned to find Murat behind me.
Your cook seemed really upset. Maybe Amel was a bit harsh, but I guess you have to deal with servants a certain way.
A certain way? The only way to deal with anyone is with respect.
Yes, but she made a mistake, and Amel had to tell her.
Not in front of everyone, and not like that. And the cook is only human. Her son is really unwell, and she's worried. And even then, she prepared a whole feast for us.
Do you know everything about all the servants?
I do talk to them. Don't you?
Sure, to give instructions, but nothing about their personal lives.
They live in your house and serve you every day. And you don't care to know anything about them?
Wait, are you saying I'm arrogant?
Well, yes. Yes, I am. I started walking away, but suddenly, he gently grabbed my wrist.
Amel shouldn't have said that about your parents. I'm sorry, and I'm sure they'll be found soon.
Me too. And thank you. And then I left. The next evening, when I went to the kitchen, the cook seemed to be in a really good mood, and she told me that Murat had offered to fully pay for her son's treatment. I guess he wasn't so bad after all. A few weeks later, I was walking out of a cafe in town when I walked straight into someone. Murat. A small velvet box fell at my feet, and we both quickly bent down to pick it up, and ended up bumping our heads really hard. Then we both burst out laughing and sat down on a bench.
I just picked out a ring for Amel. You know, we have our engagement party in 2 weeks. What do you think?
He opened the box to reveal a diamond ring. I'm sure she'll love it.
But I asked what you think.
It's lovely. I'm just the wrong person to ask about diamonds.
Well, what kind of ring would you want if you were getting married?
I've never thought about it. And I haven't thought about marriage either. But if it ever happens, I just hope I'm as happy as my parents. And they've never had anything fancy, so I don't think that stuff matters. Murat looked at me with a strange expression. And for some reason, it made my heart flutter.
You're nothing like your cousin, Zara. In fact, you're unlike any girl I know.
Just then, a few raindrops fell on us, and Murat said he'd drive me home. Nope, I'm walking. It'll be fun.
But you'll get wet.
Exactly. When was the last time you walked in the rain, Murat?
Never.
That's just sad. It won't kill you, I promise. I started walking, and he joined me. And then it started raining really hard, and he took off his jacket and put it over my head as we ran for cover, laughing like kids. When it slowed down a bit, Murat walked me home, and I asked him if he'd like to come in and see Amel.
No, I should be heading home. But thank you, Zara. I haven't laughed this much in ages. You're something else.
He smiled, and my heart was fluttering again. I went in, trying to push away that stupid feeling. But just as I was about to walk into my room, someone pushed me hard. It was Amel. What were you doing with Murat, you witch? Hey, can you calm down? We just bumped into each other and he walked me home. Wait a second. Is that Murat's jacket you're wearing? Suddenly, I realized that he draped it around my shoulders and I'd forgotten to return it. Look, it started raining and he was just being nice. Listen to me loud and clear, Zara. He's my fiancé and I don't want you hanging out with him. I didn't plan it, Amel. I'll just stay away from him. You don't need to feel so insecure. Suddenly she pounced at me and snatched the jacket away. Why would you make me feel insecure? You're just a poor orphan living on our charity. Someone like him would never even think about someone like you. And neither would I. But if you call me a poor orphan one more time, Amel, I might just punch your face. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and slammed the door shut. I was getting sick of her. After that, I completely avoided Murat in school or any time he visited Amel at home. He was her fiancé, and it was best for me to stay away from him. The engagement party was being hosted by Aunt, and the whole house was buzzing with excitement. But just as they were about to exchange rings, Murat suddenly stopped and looked up at her.
Amel, I can't do this. I can't get engaged to you.
What? What do you mean?
I'm really sorry. I tried, but I just can't convince myself to go through with this. It isn't fair to us both.
What are you talking about, Murat?
I'm in love with someone else, and it's not you. I'm sorry.
Murat left the room and everyone just stood there, speechless with shock. Amel burst into tears and ran off to her room. What had just happened? Aunt Rabia looked really upset. An hour later, when I went up to my room, I was shocked to see that the whole place was trashed, and Amel was standing in a corner, holding Dad's watch. Amel, have you lost your mind? And what are you doing with my watch? I was waiting for you to come so I could show you. And with that, she put my watch on a table and smashed it with a hammer. Oh my God, no! What did you do? That was my dad's. How could you? Well, I don't think he's coming back for it. And suddenly, I snapped. I leapt forward and grabbed her hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Moments later, Aunt walked in and pulled us apart. What's gotten into you two? She stole my fiancé. She's a snake, Mom. I don't know what you're talking about, you psycho. Aunt took Amel away, and I climbed into my bed and cried for what seemed like hours. The next day, Aunt came into my room with a really serious face.
Zara, I'm sending you away to live with my cousin in another city, and you'll be attending school there. I'll pay for everything, of course.
I stared at her face, feeling a bit heartbroken. I loved my aunt, and I didn't want to be away from her. I wish you would believe me that this isn't my fault, Aunt Rabia.
I do believe you, but I have to take care of my daughter. and I don't think it's a good idea for you two to be around each other. I hope you'll understand.
I left to stay with Aunt's cousin the next day. I missed her a lot, but her cousin was kind too, and I soon settled into my new school and tried to forget about my life before. But I never gave up hope that my parents would be found one day. I worked hard for a scholarship and got into a good university. One day, as I was walking out of university, a gust of wind suddenly blew some papers out of my hand, and as I ran after them, I tripped and was about to fall face forward when someone caught me.
I got you. And your papers too.
I looked up in complete shock. It was Marat. What are you doing here?
Obviously looking for you.
But why, Marat? You don't know how difficult you made things for me.
I know, and I'm really sorry. When I found out you left, I knew there was no use coming after you, because you'd never make your aunt or Amel unhappy. And I went away myself, trying to forget you, but I just couldn't. You somehow changed me, Zara. I don't want to just settle for something ordinary anymore. I want to be with someone who makes me happy, who makes me better. I'm in love with you. Maybe since the first time I met you.
It was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard, and my eyes welled up. I never really stopped thinking about you either, Marat. But I don't think we can be together. My aunt would be convinced that I broke you and Amel up, and she'd hate me.
That's another reason why I'm here. Your aunt's been sick for a while, and I think she'd really like to see you. There's something she wants to tell you.
I immediately dropped everything and went to see Aunt Rabia, and I was shocked to find her so weak. Why didn't you tell me you were sick, Aunt? Who's been taking care of you? Where's Amel?
Amel got married to a rich, much older guy some months ago, and she left. She hasn't visited me since.
Well, I'm here now. Aunt tearfully took my hands.
My darling Zara, I'm sorry that I ever sent you away from me. I was angry then, but I don't blame Marat for falling for you. You're the best person I know, and you have my blessing to be with him. You deserve every bit of happiness.
I hugged Aunt tight, and then she said something that shook my world.
There's something else, but I had to be absolutely sure before I could tell you. I got a call from an agency in Syria that had been trying to reach you. Zara, your parents have been found. I spoke to them myself, and they're flying in tomorrow.
I just couldn't stop the tears from flowing. It sounded unbelievable, but I'd never, ever lost hope. I left Aunt to rest and found Marat waiting outside. You knew about my parents?
I did, but I had to let your aunt be the one to tell you.
I can't wait to see them again and introduce them to you.
I'm so happy for you, Zara. It looks like it's gonna rain. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
I'd really love that. Hi, I'm Valerie from Portland. Please like and subscribe. I didn't know anything about my parents, except what the warden at the orphanage always told me. She said she found me on the doorstep one night with a note. This is our 12th daughter, and she's a weak little thing. Take good care of her because we don't wanna. Growing up, I felt angry that my parents had abandoned me because I was weak. And so I decided I'd be the strongest girl ever. I loved running and swimming and could easily beat the older girls. And I was scared of no one. This made me a natural leader at the orphanage. If anyone had a problem, they'd come to me, especially if it involved bullies. There was a reason everyone called me Miss President around here. Well, that's because I told them to, but I'd earned my title. Like once when I was 13, I was about to join the queue outside the bathroom for taking showers when I saw this mean girl kicking others and pushing her way through. I ran forward and jumped on her. This is your last warning, you weasel. If I see you bullying anyone again, you'll wish you'd never been born. All the girls started cheering and chanting, "Valerie, Valerie, Valerie!" I looked up and stared at them, and they immediately switched to, "Miss President, Miss President!" Just then a girl came running and told me the warden had called me, and the warden told me to pack my stuff because I'd been adopted by a really big politician. Her manager was here to take me. Wow, this girl looks so strong and confident. She's perfect. Come, baby. Your brand new mommy can't wait to meet you. Please don't call me baby. My friends and enemies call me Miss President. I was glad to finally get a family, but the girls were really sad to see me go. Then I saw the manager had come for me on a freaking helicopter. It soon landed in the grounds of a huge mansion. I was led to a dining room, and sitting there was a gray-haired old lady with a strict face. Seriously? My brand new mommy looked like an ancient tortoise. And she didn't even look happy to see me. She barely spoke a word, and anytime I slurped my soup or dropped a fork, she glared at me. When I jumped off my seat to leave, she banged her fist on the table. Enough of your bad manners. You can't just leave without asking to be excused. Okay. Excuse me. I'm going. Sit down. I'm not done eating yet. But I need to go. Why? Because I feel a fart coming. The old lady spat out her food. Were you raised by gorillas? That's such a disgusting word. So unladylike. Don't ever use it again. Next time, say the noise that comes from behind. I burst out laughing, but she was serious. Okay, a noise is about to come from behind. So if you don't want to hear it, I gotta go. And with that, I ran. This old woman was whack. As I was running down the hall, I suddenly bumped straight into someone. I looked up to see a lady with the sweetest face. You must be Valerie. Oh, I'm so happy you're here, darling. She pulled me into a hug, and it made me feel all warm inside. As she walked me to my room, she told me her name was Amelia, and the old lady was her mother. She's the one who adopted you, but I've always wanted a daughter too. You can call me Mom if you want to, whenever. I almost wanted to, but I needed to trust her a little more. My room was 5 times bigger than the shared one at the orphanage, and I squealed happily as I looked through the closets. Now this was a wardrobe fit for Miss President. Later that evening, I was asked to dress up and go downstairs to the old lady, and I was surprised to see her surrounded by reporters, and she was smiling at me. Ah, here she is, my lovely new granddaughter. God has blessed me with so much, and I wanted to pay it forward. That's why I've adopted Valerie. I hope this sets an example for everyone to open their hearts like I have. Then she started smothering my face with wet kisses. Oh, so gross. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was a fake. I didn't like her one bit, but thank God I had Amelia. I loved spending time with her, and soon enough, she got me enrolled in a fancy school. On the first day, I walked into the classroom to a rather shocking sight. Everyone was gathered by the window as a blonde girl was throwing out laptops. They all clapped each time one hit the ground. Whoa, what are you doing? They all turned around to stare at me. Destroying my MacBooks because Daddy said he'd buy me the latest one if the old ones don't work. Who are you, an investigative journalist? I'm the new girl, Valerie, but you can call me Miss President. She stared at me like I was crazy, then started laughing. I know why you look familiar. I saw your interview with that old crow who adopted you. Daddy knows her, and let me tell you, she didn't adopt you because she wants to love you. It's only to make her look good in front of people. That wasn't a shock, but it still hurt to hear her say it in front of everyone. Ugh, I know that. I only agreed because I get to live like a princess. Who cares about love? And of course I make her look good. I mean, look at me. You're really lucky you have a family because, trust me, no one would ever choose you from an orphanage. The girl looked livid, but the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I found out the mean girl's name was Julie, and she kept giving me nasty looks all day. Julie was one of the most popular girls, but it wasn't because she had any amazing qualities. She was just a big bully, and the other kids feared her. A few days later, she walked into the cafeteria and climbed onto a table. Hey guys, great news. Your favorite gal Julie has modeled in her first campaign. Yay! So everyone come and get my autographs now. She sat down while her minions distributed her photographs, and everyone lined up to get them signed by her. except me. Valerie, I don't have all day.
Why would I want your autograph? I'm not a fan.
Oh, you poor orphan. I understand why you're jealous. I'm prettier, more popular, richer.
You're not richer.
Yeah, I Googled your family. Mine's definitely richer than yours. And suddenly, Julie lost it. She took out a thick bundle of her $100 bills from her bag and started tearing them up. Want to see how rich I am? I can just tear up money and not even care.
Hey, don't do that. You could give it to someone poor.
Just stop it, you brat.
With that, I pounced on her.
We ended up in a huge fight that landed us both in detention. But it was totally worth the slaps I'd given her. A few days later, we had a field trip by a lake, and suddenly we heard someone screaming. One of the girls was in the lake, struggling to stay afloat. Without a second thought, I jumped in and got her out of there safely in minutes.
Oh my God, I slipped into the water and I can't swim.
You saved my life, Valerie.
By the time we got back to school, the news had reached the principal and she praised me. She even called fake grandma to tell her I'd be getting a medal for bravery. And when I got home, fake grandma hugged me like I was her favorite person.
Oh, Valerie, how lucky that girl fell in the lake. You and I will do a lovely photo shoot once you get your medal and some interviews. Let's hope more kids at school keep having accidents so you can keep playing the hero.
She was such a selfish toad. But I stayed quiet because all I cared about was being close to Amelia. She hugged me tight and said she was so proud of me for being brave. The next day at school, I was walking down the hallway and I saw Julie showing everyone her photo shoot. But as soon as the girls spotted me, they all came running. Before I knew it, a huge crowd was gathered and some girls had lifted me on their shoulders.
All hail our school hero! 3 cheers for Valerie! Hip hip hooray!
Could you change that to Miss President?
3 cheers for Miss President! Hip hip hooray!
And just like that, I'd replaced Julie as the most popular girl in school. I was soon selected as the school's swim team captain. And when I led our team to victory in the Nationals, I received a celebrity's welcome. All this was driving Julie crazy. But the last straw was when she saw my picture was selected for the school's magazine cover. She walked over to me at lunch with a copy, threw it down, and started jumping on it. This is ridiculous. You, an orphan from nowhere, is the face of our school now? I'm a model. I didn't put my face on that magazine, Julie. The people have spoken. The people are morons. I don't know what they see in you, witch. She leapt forward to attack me, but suddenly the others held her back. You think we're morons? Thanks for clearing that up, Julie. You're a jerk, and we've never liked you. We've had enough. They picked her up and threw her in the large garbage bin outside. It was epic. But when I got home, my mood quickly turned sour when I found fake grandma shouting at Amelia.
Why did you tell my cook that she could take a week off and you gave her money without my permission?
Mama, she's worked with us since forever and she's really sick.
She's probably lying. Even the servants know you're a stupid weak fool who'll believe their fake stories.
I'd heard enough. Stop shouting at Mom. Being kind isn't a weakness. And you're such a hypocrite. You pretend to be nice for the cameras, but you don't care about anyone.
How dare you talk to me like this? Have you forgotten where you came from? I can send you packing this minute.
But you won't, because you need me to win the elections. Yeah, I know your polls have gone up since I arrived. If you misbehave with Mom again, I'll stop doing all the shoots and interviews. You got me? Fake grandma looked like she was about to explode, but she stormed off. Amelia sat down and I wiped her tears. I'm so sorry she treats you this way. Please don't cry.
Oh, Valerie, that's not why I'm crying. I'm just so touched that you stood up for me and you called me Mom.
And I realized I finally had. I've wanted to since the first day. You are my mom and I'm so lucky. A few weeks later, fake grandma had planned a huge party for some important guests. I knew she just wanted to parade me around as her charity case, but I didn't care. I'd never been to a party, so I was looking forward to it. I managed to escape her for a while, and as I was eating in a corner, a boy approached me.
Valerie, right? Been seeing your face all over the news lately, and I gotta say, it's a really pretty one.
I was gonna tell him to buzz off when suddenly I spotted Julie and her dad among the guests, and she was glaring at me with murder in her eyes. Maybe she liked this boy, so I pulled him close and kissed him. When we broke apart, Julie had marched over to us. "How dare you kiss my boyfriend?" "Your boyfriend? He didn't mention you when he was flirting with me, and he really enjoyed that kiss. You should kick his butt, Julie. I'm gonna kill you!" And she jumped on me, but I was much stronger, and I had her pinned on the ground in seconds. "Daddy, help!" Her dad completely lost it when he saw us. He started screaming at fake grandma that he was pulling out all his money and support from her campaign. He stormed off with Julie, and the old woman grabbed my arm and dragged me to the other room. "What have you done? Why must you always act like a savage from some jungle? If Julie's dad doesn't support me, I'm ruined. Go beg him for forgiveness. Fix this." "I'm doing nothing of the sort. I have my pride." "You'll do it, or you'll leave my house immediately." "Then I'll leave your house immediately. And I'm going with Valerie. I'm not living here without her. You want to run after this filthy orphan? Fine, but you won't ever get a single penny from me, you hear? And don't you ever show your face here again." "Don't worry, Mama. I won't. Enjoy your house and your money." Mom and I packed our bags and left for good. "I'm so happy you came, Mom, but I'm sorry you're poor now because of me." "Oh, Valerie, we aren't poor. I've been saving for years. We're not as rich as Mama, but we'll be very comfortable." I stared at her in shock. "I don't understand. If you had money, why didn't you leave that awful place before?" "Sweetheart, she's bullied me since I was a kid. I was always afraid of her and could never stand up for myself. But you, Valerie, you just amaze me. You're the bravest person I've ever met. My life changed the day you came into it, and I'm stronger now because of you." I flung my arms around her. "And I'm so much happier now because of you. I love you, Mom." Hi, everyone. My name is Judah, and I live in Seoul, South Korea. I was only 4 years old when I learned that something was very wrong with my mom.
Other kids always hug and kiss their parents. Why can't we do that, Mommy?
Ugh, don't call me that. She turned to walk away, and I had to take my shot. I ran to her and grabbed her in a tight hug.
Just go like this, Mommy. It's easy.
She literally ran away from me. "Don't touch me. I'm wearing Chanel." She didn't really want anything to do with me. She used maids, butlers, and money to keep me away from her my whole life. At first, I thought something was wrong with me, but my cousin Hari totally disagreed.
"Judah, you're my best friend in the whole world because you are perfect. Your mom is just a witch."
I was so jealous. Hari's parents were amazing. Even though they were really poor and lived all the way in America, they tried to visit every other year. They video called me all the time, and I loved them. One day, Hari called me with some amazing news. My dad's company just blew up overnight. We're finally going to be rich. That's amazing. What's more amazing is that I can afford tickets to see you. Ask that witch if I can stay over. I went out to talk to Mom, but she was sitting there with some strange men. "Judah, here you are. Come meet the boy I want you to date." "You what?" "He owns diamond mines." "Diamonds!" "You can date him now and get married after college." "No way! Have you gone insane? Don't you dare insult me in front of everyone. Don't you dare try to ruin my life. Hari is right. You're a witch." Her guests laughed and she turned red. "You ungrateful little... Go to your room." I did go to my room. I also called up Hari and made my first and best evil plan. I can't take it anymore. I'm running away from home. Now that your parents are rich, can I live with you? If they say no, I'll hide you in my room. Get over here. Thankfully, Aunt and Uncle loved the idea and welcomed me there with open arms. They didn't even tell my mom, and I could escape without any drama. I finally got away from my crazy mother. And the best part? I was gonna live with my best friend. Hari and I literally jumped and screamed the entire first night. On my second night, reality hit me. I was in a new country. I didn't know the language, and I was gonna start at a new school. Yikes! What if everyone hates me? What if they think I look weird? They won't. I'll translate everything for you. And I'll do your hair and makeup. She did my makeup for practice, and it made me want to cry. She literally painted my face and used tape to pull my skin back. She even put tape on my eyes so I had a crease. See? All we need to do is dye your hair blonde, like me, and you'll fit right in. I stopped her. I had gotten away from Mom to be myself and love myself. I was gonna be fine in my own skin. Turns out, I was more than fine. I walked into school for my first day, and a boy stopped me in my tracks. Whoa, I've never seen any girl like you. You're beautiful. He thinks you're pretty. Oh my God. Then the boy got down on one knee and asked me out on a date. He's asking you out, but you just got here. You don't need to pick the first guy in line. We ran away before we screamed with excitement. I'd never been asked out like that before. The first day was already fun, but only because Hadi was by my side. Without her, everything was suddenly impossible. I didn't understand a word anyone was saying. One boy was trying to warn me about a spider on my shirt, and I didn't get it until it crawled on my face. Ugh! I didn't even know how to ask the teacher if I could go to the bathroom. I just walked out of class silently, and she started yelling at me. I was almost in tears before someone told her I couldn't understand her. One day, Hadi was auditioning for the cheerleading squad, so I went with her for support. We were dancing together for practice when suddenly the cheer squad walked up to us. Wow, you're an amazing dancer. Who are you? Hadi introduced me and the girl asked me to join the cheer squad. But what about the auditions? No need for those. We like Judah. Tell her to join us. Obviously, I turned them down right away. I wasn't going to snatch Hadi's place. She pretended it didn't bother her, but I know that it did. At home, Aunt and Uncle were trying way too hard to be nice to me. They asked me endless questions and they kept buying me over-the-top gifts. Uncle even bought me a car. You gave Judah a car before me? We can get you a car too, sweetie. You should have thought of me first. Hadi stormed away and locked herself in her room. I had to slip like 50 apology notes under her door to get her to come out. They just feel bad for me because of my terrible mom. Come on, don't be upset. She came around and I thought things would get better until one day when Derek, the cutest guy in school, walked up to us at lunch. Oh my God, I have such a huge crush on Derek. Have you told him that? I dropped major hints the last time we were in class. Maybe he's finally gonna ask me out. We squealed in delight till he came within earshot. Then Derek walked right past Hadi and stood in front of me.
Wow, you're really cute. I've never seen you here before. Are you new?
I had no idea what he said, but Hadi turned white as a ghost. Derek started saying more things I couldn't understand, and then he just patted my head and left. What was that? He asked me out on a date. You? But I feel like he was talking to me. He was just being shy. He said he wants to take me out to dinner. Oh, wow, that's amazing. I jumped, but Hadi didn't join me. In fact, she started acting so weird. She refused to sit with me at lunch anymore, and she started walking home from school alone. When she went out for a date with Derek, she told some random girl at school all about it instead of me. I barged into their conversation and pulled her away. What's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Why can't we have our separate lives? Hadi, you're my best friend. I want to be with you. So I can keep being your translator all the time? I love you. But Judah, I need some space from you right now. Just be on your own. Fine. I don't need you either. Just watch me. I joined online classes for English and started taking a book of translations with me everywhere. I was going to learn this language and yell at Hadi in English for being such a jerk. I got better fast. English wasn't as hard as it looked. I could even hold decent conversations on my own, and I made a few friends. We were in the cafeteria one day when Derek walked up to me. He had flowers in his hands, and his friend from the band was playing the flute. What?
Judah, I know you didn't want to go out with me then, but I can't stop thinking about you. Will you give me a chance?
What are you talking about? You wanted to go out with me?
I asked you out that day, remember? Hadi said you didn't want to go, so she came on our date instead.
She what? I stared at Hadi with my jaw loose.
She was already in tears. Okay, fine. Derek asked you out, not me. Happy? I was jealous, so I lied and I went to see him.
Are you serious? You're such a freak. What's wrong with you?
Hey, don't talk to her like that.
We missed our date because of this pathetic loser. Jeez, how desperate can you get?
I just lost it. I flew forward and punched Derek right in the face. It was a total blur, and suddenly I was at the principal's office. Derek had an ice pack on his bleeding nose, and my aunt and uncle were getting screamed at. I got suspended from school for a whole week. Hadi and I had the biggest fight ever at home. I would never date someone you had a crush on. How could you be so mean to me over some stupid boy? It's not about the boy. Ever since you came here, you've just taken over. My friends, the cheer squad, the guy I like. You're getting everything. Even my own parents like you better than me. Hadi, don't say that. You're sisters. We're cousins. I'm your daughter, but all you want to do is talk to Judah and buy her crazy presents when I never got treated that way. We're just trying to make up for past mistakes. What mistakes? That was when my aunt told us her final secret. Hadi and I were non-identical twins. They were my parents. I sat there in shock while my aunt explained how poor they were when we were born and how they had to give me away to her rich sister. Why did you keep Hadi? Why not me? You were having a lot of medical issues as a baby. We couldn't manage the bills. I thought my sister would take better care of you. I see. I thought I had one mother who didn't want me. Turns out I had 3 parents, and none of them wanted me. Judah, it's not like that. I got up and ran to my room. I started packing my things through a haze of tears. Judah, no, please, don't leave. I'm so sorry. You abandoned me with a monster. You waited 17 years to tell me the truth? Don't pretend you care. I stormed out and didn't look back once. I was done trusting my family. My heart was broken. I sold the car Uncle gave me and used the money to rent an apartment. I got a job and focused on my studies. I turned my heart to stone. So when Hadi tried to apologize to me 100 times, she always failed. I did miss her a lot, especially during the special moments of my life. When I got into the college of my choice, when I got my first job, on the day of my wedding, I almost called her twice. Hadi had become a huge influencer with millions of followers. She was only a DM away, but I felt too guilty for not making up earlier. My husband and I went hiking in a national park for our honeymoon when suddenly a crazy storm hit us and I got separated from the hiking group. I shouted till I lost my voice, but no one heard me. I walked and walked until I realized I was just moving in circles. I'm not giving up. You can't have me, Forrest. I was lost in that jungle for 3 days and 3 nights. I hid in caves when it rained, and I only survived because of the water and food in my backpack. On the 3rd night, I was about to go to sleep when I suddenly heard people shouting my name. Thank God! I raced out of my cave to see hundreds of people walking in the forest with torches, and the person who was running towards me, screaming her head off, was Hadi. No way! Hadi? I found you. I found you. Hadi and I hugged each other so hard we fell to the ground. I'm so happy you're okay. Oh, thank God. How are you here? Who else was gonna find you? My followers work way faster than the police. I burst into tears and hugged my sister tight. Hadi, I don't know what I would have done without you. I'm so sorry. Don't you dare say sorry to me. You were the one who got left with that witch. I was all you had, and I was so terrible to you. Just forget everything that's happened before this. Today, you saved my life, and I'll love you forever for it. I love you too. Oh, I've missed you so much. Just then, Mom saw me, and she broke down crying. Judah, you're safe. I thought I'd lost you forever. I'm so sorry, Judah. I'm sorry I gave you away, my baby girl. I just thought I couldn't take care of you. I loved you too much, and if something happened to you just because I couldn't afford the medical care, I would have... You did your best, Mom. I know you did. Didn't you just say Mom? Yes, Mom. Oh my God. My mom hugged me again, and Dad joined in seconds later. We cried and laughed together, and my family was finally whole.
Hi, I'm Tulip, and I live with my mom and twin sister Jasmine. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad has always worked abroad, so growing up, we would only see him once every 2 years. If cameras hadn't been invented, I would have forgotten what he looks like. Growing up, I was a really naughty kid, but Jasmine was my mom's dream child. She'd always have perfect grades and perfect manners, and Mom just adored her. But she found fault with everything I did and kept comparing me to stupid Jasmine. Like once in 5th grade, our mean old English teacher walked in and hit the desk loudly with her stick.
Quiet! Take out your notebooks and start writing a letter to your mom.
But I just put my legs on the desk and replied, Miss, why would I write a letter to my mom when I already live with her? And then I burped loudly. The whole class burst out laughing. And of course, the teacher wasn't amused. I was immediately sent to the principal and Mom was called in.
Even a gorilla has better manners. Please, teach her to act like a lady.
As we left school, Jasmine smirked at me while Mom screamed.
Tulip, is this what I've taught you? Were you born to embarrass me? Why can't you be more like Jasmine?
Oh, Mom, I respect you so much. And just look at her. She's just shameless. I feel sorry for a great woman like you.
I'm talking to you, Tulip.
And then I was grounded for a week. I didn't have good grades, but I had an amazing eye for fashion, and I could make dresses for myself out of anything. Once at Halloween, I made myself a beautiful costume, and even Mom looked impressed, but then suddenly her expression changed.
Where have I seen this cloth before? Wait, oh my God. Tulip, did you use my favorite gown?
Yes, Mom. Sadly, your gown had to die for my new costume. She started screaming at me, and I just ran away. I didn't really change much until high school. One Sunday, we received a letter from Dad, and Mom looked super excited. Jasmine and I started snatching it from each other because we both wanted to read it first, and it got torn to pieces. Mom scolded us a lot. She glued it back and then read it out loud.
I am not coming back. I found my true love. Please don't wait for me.
Wait, what? Jasmine and I stared at each other as Mom turned paper white. She felt dizzy and crashed straight to the floor, hitting her head. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. She was conscious soon, but then we had the most shocking news. It turned out that her brain had suffered an injury, and now she had the mind of a 5-year-old. Mom was now practically a baby. She was acting really fussy, so the next day, we took her to a restaurant to cheer her up. When the waitress said we'd get our food in 20 minutes, Mom looked furious. She started banging her spoon on the table and shouting, I want food now! I want now! Now, now, now! I tried to calm her as everyone stared at us, but then suddenly, Jasmine rose from her seat and shouted at her, Just shut up, you crazy woman! God, this is so embarrassing. I'm out of here. I was stunned. She stormed off, and as Mom's eyes filled with tears, I quickly hugged her. Mom, our food is almost here. You just have to count to 10. Come on, count with me. 1, 2, 3, and by the time we got to 10, thankfully our food arrived. I realized then how serious Mom's condition was, and I just had to grow up and take care of her the best I could. Jasmine took no interest in Mom, but I would drop her at her neighbor's when I went to school and pick her up on my way back. I started searching for stuff about Mom's illness on the internet, and the only possible cure was a head surgery that was super expensive. I vowed that I would work really hard so I could afford it for Mom one day. I started focusing on my studies, and within weeks, my grades were the highest in class, and all my teachers were praising me. This clearly made Jasmine jealous, because soon after I found her in the cafeteria with my biggest rival, Eva. She'd always hated me because kids liked me for my jokes and pranks, while no one liked her much. She was just a mean jerk, and now Jasmine and Eva were chatting away like they were best friends. My enemy list was updated. One day at the cafeteria, I noticed that I'd forgotten to bring my wallet and wouldn't be able to buy lunch. But just then I heard Mom behind me. Tulip, Tulip, I got you money. No more rats in your tummy. She was running towards me, waving my wallet, when suddenly she slipped and fell on the floor. I rushed to her to make sure she was okay,
but I heard people around me laughing, and the loudest was Eva. Is that your mom? She looks like an idiot. Please hire a nanny for your stupid baby mom. Hearing that, Mom burst into tears, and I snapped. I pounced at Eva and pinned her down to the floor, twisting her arm behind her. Say you're sorry to her. Say sorry now, or I'll really make you regret it. Ow, okay. I'm sorry, Tulip's mom. I'm very sorry. I left her and ran to Mom, who was still crying. Mom, you're not supposed to follow me to school, okay? You have to wait for me. Come now, let's go home. As I took her hand and let her out, I stopped by Jasmine and gave her a kick that made her howl with pain. That's for being the worst daughter on the planet and being friends with people like Eva. Shame on you. And I left with Mom. A few days later in school, I saw a poster on the bulletin board about a fashion competition where each contestant had to design one gown. The winner would get a chance to do an internship at a big designer company. I immediately signed up for it, but just then, Eva pushed me aside and signed up too. Ugh, get lost, loser. Why would someone like you know about fashion? This competition is meant for beautiful girls like me. I really enjoyed beating your butt that day, Eva, and I'll make sure you're crying at the end of the competition too. I just walked away before she could reply. I'd show her. A couple of days later, as I was leaving school, I saw Jasmine and Eva from a distance, and they seemed to be having a huge fight. I just ignored them and went home. But later that evening, there was a knock on my door and Jasmine walked in, looking embarrassed. What do you want?
Listen, I know you're really mad at me. I haven't handled Mom's situation well, and I was a coward for not standing up for her. But today, Eva made fun of her again, and I just lost it. I slapped her so hard, I don't think she'll ever mess with me again.
Well, I'm just glad you've finally come to your senses. She's a mean, jealous brat. She could never be a good friend to anyone. I got up and hugged her, and when Jasmine saw I was working on my sample for the competition, she offered to help. I told her I wanted to make a really unique design that would help me win the competition, and she seemed super excited by my idea. We worked really hard on it day and night, and I was happy with the result. At the competition, everybody presented their designs one by one, but when Eva's turn came before mine, I saw that her sample looked exactly like the one I'd prepared with Jasmine. The two looked at me and gave me devilish smiles. Okay, so my sister was a poisonous snake who'd pretended to fight with Eva, and then stole my design and gave it to her. I climbed onto the stage with a defeated face, and just then, I took the cloth off my mannequin, and Eva's and Jasmine's jaws dropped. It wasn't the one I'd prepared with Jasmine, because I knew exactly what she was up to. My real sample was far more beautiful, and the judges looked really impressed. And when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I was given some prize money and the internship. Oh, you look so happy, Tulip. Like you're some big designer now. You're just a big fool. An internship isn't gonna get you anywhere. The fashion business needs money. I have a filthy rich mom, and what does your mom have? Forget money. She doesn't even have a brain. Something really stinks, Eva, and I think it's you. I smell a really sore loser. Just then I saw Mom standing in a corner, clapping really hard. I pushed Eva aside and ran to her. Mom, how did you get here? I told you not to leave home without me. I wanted to see your shop. I wanted to buy one dress from you. See, I have $1. There's no shop, sweetie, but you can have this dress for free. You'll look like a princess in it. Come, we'll go home and try it on. Later that evening, I found Jasmine taking out some cash from Mom's drawers, but the minute she saw me, she stuffed it into her pocket, and I tried to take it away. What are you doing? Give that back. Ugh, you're such a what? A witch? Do I look like a witch? I might look like a witch, but I'm not one. Let me go. And she pushed me away really hard. I am gonna go live with Eva. She's rich and has a great business plan. Within a month, my money will be doubled and I will rule the fashion world. A crazy dumb mom and an ugly sister won't get me anywhere. So, you're taking $500 from here and after 1 month, you'll rule the fashion world? Take it and just go away. You're such a selfish moron.
I pushed her aside really hard and stormed off. A few minutes later, I saw her leaving with her suitcases. Good riddance. My internship started after a week, and it was a great experience. But I realized Eva was right about one thing. Starting your own business isn't easy for people with no money. Then I got an idea. I bought a few used clothes and transformed them into beautiful pieces. I took pictures of them and went back with my portfolio to the bank for a loan. But the loan officer took one look at my folder and tossed it aside.
Sorry, ma'am. We can't just give you a loan on the basis of this trash you're showing us. If your startup idea fails, you won't be able to return our money.
But sir, just give me a chance. I'm sure I'm not gonna fail.
Yeah, that's what every loser who comes in here says. Please, don't waste our time, ma'am. Good day.
And they literally pushed me out of the bank. I was walking back home feeling completely defeated when suddenly a fancy car stopped by me and someone rolled down a window. I saw it was one of the competition judges. Well, hello. A Tulip, right? Yes, you were the winner, but honey, why do you look so upset? She asked me to get into the car and I told her everything on the way. As she flipped through my designs, she looked really impressed.
Those bank people are idiots. You're clearly really talented.
And then, to my shock, she offered me a job at her company for a really good salary. And of course, I instantly accepted. I worked for her for the next few years, and I even got my fashion degree by studying on the side. After graduation, I had enough experience and savings to start my own little business. And over the years, it grew more and more. One day, I had to interview a candidate for the post of a manager. She was waiting for me in my office, and when I walked in with my secretary, I was shocked to see the candidate was Eva.
Tulip, you're here for an interview? Well, I told you starting a fashion business isn't for you, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Just then, my secretary spoke up. Miss Tulip is the owner of the company. She will be taking your interview.
And Eva's eyes nearly fell out of her head.
Miss Tulip, this lady informed me that her fashion company failed miserably, but it means that she does have some experience in the field. She might be a good candidate.
This interview ends now. I know Miss Eva really well, and I wouldn't hire her to even pick up my garbage. I only want good people on my team, and you, Eva, just don't belong here. Now please, get lost. And Eva burst into tears and went out running. She deserved it. A few days later, Mom's surgery was scheduled and we were flying to New York for it. Just as I was taking the luggage out, I saw someone hugging Mom. It was frickin' Jasmine. Oh my God, Mom, I missed you so much. And you too, Tulip. I went by your office and they told me you were taking time off for Mom's surgery. Is it true? She'll be fixed now? We'll have our amazing Mom back. The one who used to adore me? I pulled her away from Mom. That amazing Mom never left. You did, Jasmine. She would have loved you and adored you if you'd let her, but you didn't want anything to do with her when she needed you the most. Jasmine suddenly fell down on her knees and started crying. I made a huge mistake, Tulip. Huge! I can't believe I was such a fool and turned away from my amazing family. Please forgive me. And I promise I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you both. No, Jasmine. I'm afraid you'll only spend the rest of your life regretting your bad decisions. Your crazy dumb mom and ugly sister have no space in their lives for you. And with that, I took Mom's hand and we got into the cab waiting for us and left. Hi, I'm Danielle from New Hampshire. Please like and subscribe. My sister Ivy and I are twins. Dad left before we were even born, so I never knew him. And Mom raised us alone. And she was just something else. When we were babies, Mom forced us to wear helmets every day, except for when we slept. We even wore helmets in the bath when she wasn't washing our hair. Mommy needs you to wear these so you don't bump your heads and die. She also covered the entire house with mats when Ivy and I were learning to crawl. Our house was like one big giant pillow. Worst of all, Mom never allowed us to go outside, except the nearby grocery store sometimes. And she took us to the park once a year on our birthday, but only when it was all empty at night. And we were stuck being homeschooled online. The world is full of kidnappers, disease, and horrible things that can hurt you girls.
Neither me or Ivy knew why Mom was so crazy, but I was always causing trouble for Mom. I banged and kicked walls, or I threw and broke things.
I hate this house, Mommy. I want to live outside like a panda.
Pandas do not get brand new iPads.
Yay! I get to play Candy Crush.
Ivy never understood that Mom only bought us fancy stuff to distract us, so we wouldn't break out of the house. The only fun thing about being inside was when Mom played music on the radio. My favorite was the rock station. But one time, I turned up the volume so loud that it felt like the house was shaking.
Ow, my ears!
I'm taking away this radio. You're lucky you didn't make us all deaf. I hated Mom, and I was pretty sure she hated me. One day when I was 8 years old, I woke up to Mom standing on my bed, drilling something into the wall.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm putting in alarms that detect people going out your window. That way, no kidnappers can get in, and you and Ivy can never get out. Anyway, look, darling, I bought you a giant Barbie funhouse for you. At that moment, something inside me snapped. I grabbed the Barbie funhouse and threw it hard at the window, smashing the glass. And then I jumped outside. Mom screamed. She leapt outside to catch me, but I was running like a lunatic. When I was sure I was far enough away, I stopped to catch my breath. And then I started doing a happy dance. I was free. Suddenly, I heard noise and stomping in the background. A bunch of guys with drums and guitars came marching down the street, and I was so thrilled. I never thought I'd hear music again. As they came closer, one of the guys called out to me. "Why are you hiding behind that tree, little girl?"
I don't know, because you might kidnap or kill me. Mom told me about people like you.
What are you talking about? This is a music parade. Come, sing with us. Before I knew it, I was marching with the parade and singing songs. It turned out I was a good singer too. But all of a sudden, I saw Mom and Ivy running to me with about 10 cops. Mom took me straight to the doctor to make sure I didn't catch any diseases from being outdoors. For the next 4 years, that was the last time I ever got to be alone. From now on, I'm never letting you or Ivy out of my sight. I'll work at home from now on. You girls will move into my bedroom. Ivy and I couldn't even go to the bathroom without Mom standing outside the door. But one night, when I was 14, I saw Mom asleep and snuck upstairs to the attic. I needed a moment to myself. But when I got there,
Danielle, what are you doing up here? What are you doing up here? Are you having a date?
no duh we're having a date. I had to climb with a ladder to escape all your mom's crazy alarm systems. Wow, Ivy, I thought you were Mom's good little girl. But don't worry, I'll keep your little secret. But just then, Mom came running upstairs. What on earth is going on here? Who on earth are you? Get out of my house, this instant!
Mom, stop. You're embarrassing me.
Do you know what embarrasses me? That one of my daughters was on a cozy date with a kidnapper or a robber. I jumped in and said, "He's neither of those things. He's my boyfriend." Mom grabbed a baseball bat in the corner as she swung it towards Ivy's date. He ran down the attic as fast as he could. That's when Mom burst into tears and started to pull her hair and yell like a toddler. "That boy in the house could have kidnapped you both. I've done everything to keep danger out of this house, but I failed. I have to send you girls to a strict boarding school with security cameras in every room."
Good. Send us to boarding school. I'm tired of living with all your crazy rules. But I don't want to go to boarding school. This is so unfair.
But 2 weeks later, Mom sent us away to boarding school. Ivy refused to talk to me there, and I couldn't take the tension between us. Please don't be mad at me. I even tried to keep your secret. I can't help it that Mom's a psycho. Just leave me alone. I grabbed Ivy's arm, but she pulled away. At that moment, Ivy tripped and fell straight to the floor. She started to cry, and tons of teachers came running. "I'm sorry, it was a total accident. I think I broke a bone." You sound just like Mom. Just because you fell down doesn't mean you broke a bone. But it turned out Ivy broke her leg, and an ambulance took Ivy to the hospital immediately. I probably should have gone with Ivy to the hospital, but something in the hallway made me forget all about Ivy's accident. There were all these photos of famous musicians. In the center was a musician that looked just like my mom when she was a teenager, and the name under it was also Mom's. Hey,
Fancy bumping into you again.
I turned around to see the guy from our attic. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend?
Nah, your sister and I just had that one disastrous date. Why were you staring at that picture?
I think this is my mom. She looks exactly like her and has the same name, Jen Zelda.
No, that's Jen Zelda, a teen rock star, but she stopped making music a long time ago. That psycho lady who tried to hit me with a bat is definitely not her.
It's not funny. You don't know what it's like to live with a crazy mom who hates you and spoils you at the same time.
Why do you think I'm in boarding school? My parents sent me here because they don't want me around.
Wow, I'm glad someone else's parents hate them too. I mean, not glad, you know what I mean. Listen, I need your help. I know it's impossible, but I need to find out if that girl in the photo is my mom. Logan and I spent days researching Jen Zelda, but we couldn't find a picture of her that wasn't old. And no matter what, we couldn't find a reason why she quit her career. And Mom was nowhere on the internet. She was always worried about creeps and kidnappers finding out where she lived.
I don't get it. Just ask your mom about it.
She wouldn't tell me anything. She's crazy. She doesn't even let me listen to music, even though I love singing.
You like singing? Me too.
Before I could answer, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around to see Ivy with crutches. Danielle, where have you been? You never visited me in the hospital. Ivy, I'm so sorry. I meant to visit you, but I found something crazy about Mom. Wait, what's Logan doing here?
I meant to tell you I transferred here, and that your sister and I like each other.
Wait, what? What do you mean, like each other? You never visited me because you were hitting on a guy I dated, Danielle? What? No, that's not it at all. Get off me, Logan. Ivy could barely walk, but she limped away as fast as she could. I went after her to apologize, but her door was locked. And Logan followed me around all week.
Come on, I really like you. Ivy will get over it.
I wanted Logan to leave me alone, even though he was cute and interesting. But when we both auditioned for the school band and got in, it was impossible to avoid him. I really wished Ivy would talk to me so I could tell her what I discovered about Mom, but she just wouldn't. And it was all I could think about. Could it really be that Mom had just been a completely different person before? And what happened to her? 2 weeks later, the day of our show arrived, and just as I stepped onto stage to perform, I froze in my spot. Mom was in the audience. Suddenly, I couldn't remember any of the lyrics to my song. I stood there completely blank as the band played on. Get on with the song, you freak! Boo! Loser! All of a sudden, all the kids started throwing food at me. I wanted to disappear. But then, I had an idea. Hey! Who wants to hear a former rock star sing? I want to welcome Jen Zelda to the stage. I wanted to see how Mom would react. Jen Zelda isn't here, idiot. Her career ended 30 years ago. Everyone continued booing and throwing things at me. That's when Mom walked on stage and grabbed my microphone. I knew this school wasn't strict enough. Hey, it is Jen Zelda. Mom, is it true? You were a rock star? Never mind that. They let students be in a band. Bands go out at night with gang members and crazy people. Mom, just sing with me. Me and Jen Zelda, everybody. Oh no, I know everything you girls have been up to. I downloaded apps on your phones that let me read your messages. This school is stupid and unsafe, and I came here tonight to take you both home. Mom grabbed my arm and tried to drag me off stage. Kids were laughing like crazy. It'll be fun. I bought a horse for you and Ivy. I'll go bring them. What are we going to do with a horse? Why can't you just act normal for once and just sing with me? Who knew Jen Zelda was a psycho? I had never felt more humiliated. Before I knew it, I screamed, "Security!" My yell made my mic screech across the auditorium. And to my shock, security guards came running on stage to take my mom away. She cried and kicked her legs in the air. I need to take them home. I even brought them their own horse. I felt awful seeing the security guards take Mom away, but she was acting crazier than ever. I thought I'd call her the next morning to see how she was, but just then, Ivy came to my room and said the principal wanted to see us. Ivy and I walked into his office to find him sitting with 2 other men.
Girls, you won't be seeing your mother for a while. She's in the hospital.
In the hospital? Is she hurt? Not that kind of hospital. After what we saw on stage, we did an investigation. Your mother has a condition.
A condition?
It's called schizophrenia. Her brain works a little differently. She worries about things that other people don't worry about.
But she was a singer, wasn't she?
She was an incredible musician. Her condition is why she had to stop. But don't worry, girls. Your mother is in the hospital getting help, and you'll be able to see her soon.
Ivy and I were totally silent walking out of the principal's office. For the first time in my life, Mom's weirdness sort of made sense. I wonder if that's why Dad left Mom. Because of her condition. Dad should have taken care of her and inspired her to sing again. A few weeks later, Ivy and I visited Mom in her treatment center. She was so happy to see us.
I'm so sorry about everything that's happened.
And Danielle, I'm so proud of your talent. Music runs in our blood, honey. In a couple of months, Mom was out of treatment and back home. It took a while for Mom to let go of her crazy rules. She never became completely normal, but she was so much happier. She told Ivy and me all about her life as a rock star. It turned out she and I were more alike than I ever thought. I showed Logan tons of old photos of Mom that I'd never seen before.
Jen Zelda really is your mom, and even though she's a little different, she gave you a killer singing voice. You're really going places, Danielle.
Logan and I ended up dating all throughout high school. At the end of my senior year, we got a job at a production company. We had the opportunity that year to perform in a world tour. One day, I came into work with a present I'd bought to surprise Logan.
You bought me a baby bib? Is this your way of telling me I drool?
No, it's my way of telling you I'm pregnant. I know we only finished high school, but I love you, and I want to start a family with you.
What do you mean, you're pregnant? We're going on a world tour. It's even in the contract. Don't get pregnant.
I thought you'd be happy.
Happy that you'd want to throw all our dreams away? Happy that we have to pay thousands of dollars to this company?
Maybe this is a sign we shouldn't go on this tour. Then we can raise our baby without anything holding us back.
I love you, and I don't want anything to hold us back. But I'm not ready to be a dad, Danielle, and I'm not gonna raise this kid with you.
Logan, are you leaving me?
I'm sorry.
My life only consisted of two things the next 9 months: pregnancy and debt from all the money I owed the company. I even had to move back in with Mom temporarily. Don't worry about anything, sweetie. You can raise the baby right here. Thanks, Mom. Just as long as you don't make him wear a helmet. Ivy and Mom were right next to me in the hospital when I gave birth to my perfect baby boy, Miles. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Is it cool if I hold him?
Logan, what are you doing here?
I came to meet the mother of my son and to tell her that I made the biggest mistake of my life leaving her. I know you're not going to forgive me, but I want you to know that I've paid off all the debt to the music studio. I love you, Danielle, and I love our son too. I always will.
So come back here and hold him then. Miles wants to meet his dad.
You can tell him I'm not going anywhere.
Relaxing in a beautiful hotel in Paris with the cutest French boy smiling at you from across the pool is just perfectly splendid in every way. My personal assistant / best friend Lexi rushed towards me while holding a letter. She read it out loud.
Fancy a date on my yacht tonight? Meet me at 7 on the harbor.
The boy across the pool winked at me. That night, I learned that his name was Pierre, and he treated me like a princess. But our splendid date was interrupted by a panicked call from Lexi.
Your dad's secretary called, and he's just sent the jet for us to leave right now.
Ugh, he must have been mad because I'd been absent from school for a week now. I so didn't need school. I said my goodbyes to Pierre, who said he wanted to see me again, but I just smiled and left. Oh, hey there. My name is Blair, and I have an almost perfect life. I'm as smart as Einstein himself. There's only one little problem. I'm dyslexic. But it's no big deal because I have Lexi to read everything for me. I used to be number 1 in literally everything, But things took a wild turn when a foreign exchange student joined our class. Please hit that subscribe button before I tell you my whole story. The next day, my limo dropped Lexi and me off at our school, a very expensive private one, where only families with a net worth of at least $1 billion can attend. "Blair, watch out!" I screamed when I saw an angry dog charging towards me. What was it doing here? Pets aren't allowed. Francesca, my arch nemesis, picked it up while laughing at me. "Good boy," she whispered, but I heard it. This insecure brat always found a way to ruin my day. "Oh, hey, Blair. I'm giving out our newest luxury product, this $1 million perfume, for free. I thought you might need one." "Thanks, Francesca, but I'd rather donate it to charity." The principal appeared and got angry when she saw her dog. "Our dog mansion with 10 floors is currently being renovated, so my baby needs to roll with me." Ugh, what a show-off. The principal shut her mouth when Francesca gave her a stupid perfume, too. In the middle of class, I suddenly forgot how to breathe when the most gorgeous boy that I'd ever seen walked in. "Everyone, I would like you all to meet Terrence, a foreign exchange student from Korea, and he will be with us for this school year." We were all speechless as we looked at him. Francesca immediately offered her seat, but Terrence just headed quietly to the back. Our math teacher then started the discussion and suddenly asked us to solve the area of a stadium on our tables. Such a no-brainer. The answer is, it's 69,963 square meters. We all turned to Terrence like we'd seen a ghost. He'd answered before me. Like, how? After class, all the girls flocked around him, including Lexi. I tried to smile at him too, but he didn't smile back. What a snob. I snatched Lexi away from him and told her to cut it out. "Do that again and I'll fire you."
Oh, come on, Blair. He's literally perfect. He's like Lee Min-ho.
"He's not my type." Terrence might have heard that because he turned to me, but so what? He snubbed me, and first impressions last. Every year, our principal holds an auction party, and this year, all the proceeds would be going to poor children in Africa. The last item to be auctioned was a beautiful pearl with a special history. It cost around $50 million. As expected, Francesca and I started the bidding battle. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. 1 billion. Then the principal asked if anyone wanted to go any higher. Lexi leaned closer to me and tried to stop me, but I couldn't let Francesca win. 2 billion. 10 billion. Silence filled the room when a male voice joined in and said, $100 billion. Everyone turned to the back. It was Terrence again. He really was something else. The principal declared, "Wow, that's a new record. Sold." My eyebrows shot up when I saw Francesca offering him a handshake in a flirty way. Lexi said, "I think you two look better together." Ew, stop that, Lexi. He's a snob and only loves his phone. During our finals week, as usual, I took a special oral exam because of my reading condition. When the results came back the next day, the blood drained from my face when I didn't see my name at the top spot. It was Terrence. He hadn't even been in our school a full year. Then Francesca appeared from nowhere and said, "Just accept the fact that you're a loser now, Blair." I asked Lexi to do some research on Terrence. I needed to know what was up with him. He seemed like the love child of Einstein and Bill Gates. One day, while I was rushing to the toilet, I bumped into him and tripped over. Jeez. His chest was as hard as a tree. I looked up at him and met his cold, brown eyes. I was expecting him to offer his hand, but the jerk skipped past me like I was trash on the floor. I'd never felt so humiliated. It was the first time a guy had ignored me. Lexi came to the rescue and helped me to my feet. He helped me when I tripped out of my helicopter yesterday. Sorry, girl, but you're not his type. Francesca's comment made me furious. Thank God Lexi calmed me down, or else. During lunch, Lexi told me that she'd finally finished her research on Terrence.
He was a young CEO in Korea, and his company develops games and software. That's why he's always on his phone.
So, he's a self-made billionaire. Interesting. I was on my way to our campus's art center one time, and I stopped when I saw a board ahead. It had some words on it. Francesca and her friends were right behind me, but I didn't want to ask her for help, so I tried to read it myself. It seemed to be saying something about a vacation. I ignored the sign and continued walking. Suddenly, the ground under me collapsed. Someone caught me right on time before I was buried alive. I looked up to see my savior. It was Terrence. He let me go and dusted his uniform off. Don't you know how to read? It says deep excavation ahead. I have dyslexia. Anyway, thanks for saving my life. Just be careful next time. My heartbeat was still going fast as I watched him walk away. A few days later, the principal announced the annual competition between private schools called the Battle of the Brains. I was so ecstatic when I was picked again to represent our school. I always aced it. The problem was the competition would be all about teamwork, so I needed a partner. And Terrence was picked. Lexi came up to me and said, "Oh my God, I ship you both. This is going to be fun." I ignored Lexi's stupid comment and told Terrence to meet me in the music room. We needed to talk about the competition. While I was waiting for him, I started playing the piano. I couldn't finish the song because I forgot the keys. Just in time, he arrived and continued for me. We were so close to each other and it felt really weird. I was about to move, but the way he played was hypnotizing. I flinched when I felt a spark as our fingers touched. He looked down at me after he finished playing. "That's how you do it. I don't need piano lessons right now. We need to plan a strategy. Just focus on the spelling. Memorize the letters of the longest words, and we'll be fine. Don't underestimate me, Terrence. How about you? Are you going to study?" The dummy answered me with a poker face and left the room. Sometimes I really hated his guts and his gorgeous face. And seriously, he was so confusing. The competition day finally came and we were totally silent during the ride. He later fell asleep on my shoulder and I went stiff as a board. Should I move my shoulder or should I let him sleep in peace? The limo passed over a rough road which woke him up. He looked up at me and I immediately looked away. "Can you, scoot over? You're in my personal space." My heartbeat went back to normal when he moved. I was so nervous during the game, but as expected, we made it to the final round. Terrence won the versus round against another boy, and then it was my turn. I needed to win this so we would be the winners already. I was shocked when the announcer said that it was a spelling round. Oh no. Spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Terrence gave me an encouraging look. I focused and wrote down all the letters according to my memory. I felt like passing out from nervousness when I slowly raised my answer. Correct. I jumped around in happiness and found myself hugging Terrence. When I realized what I was doing, I immediately pulled away. He then patted my head and smiled at me for the first time. And I must admit, he looked even more gorgeous. You did great. Well, thanks for your advice. Lexi showed up to congratulate us. "Oh my gosh, you guys were so good. You two should get married already." Ugh, Lexi and her random fangirling. Terrence smiled at me in the hallway the next day, and it made me feel something in my stomach. What a miracle that he wasn't wearing his headphones and holding his phone in front of his face. Suddenly, the girls started screaming. I went to see what was happening and was shocked to see Pierre in our school uniform. He was showing everyone my pictures that he took on his phone. "Oh, finally. There's my girl." Pierre immediately walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. "What are you doing here?" "I told you. I wanted to see you again. I enrolled in your school just to be with you." I didn't know what to say. Pierre kept following me around and it bothered me. I wanted to turn him down, but I felt bad for breaking a nice guy's heart. "Mademoiselle, come. I have a surprise for you." I told Pierre that I still had a class, but he grabbed my arm and was about to pull me outside when someone grabbed my other arm. It was Terrence. "Come on. We're running late already." Everyone stopped in their tracks to watch. Terrence and Pierre were glaring at each other, and there I was, looking like a statue between them. Neither of them wanted to let me go, and it was so awkward. I caught Lexi's eye and gave her the signal to help me. She acted like she sprained her ankle and purposefully fell on Pierre. Lexi then winked at me as Pierre turned to help her. She was the best. I didn't know how to get rid of Pierre over the next few days. Terrence started avoiding me too. Once, when I went into class, Pierre winked at me and told me to come and sit next to him. I said, "Pierre, I just want to be clear that you're not my boyfriend." Yet. That night, Francesca threw a party on her own private island and invited everyone. I didn't want to go, but Pierre was so persistent. During the party, he was telling me about his plan to buy a resort in Paris. He was talking nonstop while all I could think about was Terrence. I wished he was here. I signaled Lexi to start our plan. I excused myself to the restroom as she came over and I let her entertain Pierre. I sneaked out and found myself in a beautiful garden. While I was smelling some flowers, I suddenly felt someone's presence beside me. I turned to see Terrence. "You're here. I didn't think you'd come." "Francesca came over to my place yesterday and invited me." "What?" I wanted to ask him what else she did at his place, but I chickened out. He was looking up at the sky and suddenly a snowflake dropped on his forehead and he slowly closed his eyes. It was a beautiful moment and I just found myself staring. "It's the first snow of the year." "Oh. Is it?" He seemed to be so happy about it, and I wondered why. "Where's your boyfriend?" "He's not my boyfriend. I just met him in Paris last time I was there." "I'm relieved." "What do you mean?" The snow continued falling over us. He stepped closer and suddenly kissed me on the forehead. "I like you, Blair." I wasn't expecting that. My heartbeat was so loud I was shaking. Moments later, I finally gave in to my attraction. I think I like you too." "Let's get out of here." I told him that only my dad had access to our helicopter, but he just gave me a smug smile and said, "That's not a problem." Did he plan ahead or what? The helicopter flew us to a beautiful place, and while we were enjoying the marvelous view beneath us, I felt his hand holding mine. It gave me an electric feeling. I'd never felt this way before. After our helicopter date, he brought me to this Korean restaurant and made me taste their delicious specialties. We fought over the bill and he won and paid for it. I then gave the waiter a tip, a key to a car. "That's very generous of you, but I prefer giving tips like this." He gave the waiter a business card and told him that his secretary would assist him in enrolling in the school of his choice. "Education is more important, Blair." Oh, he was wiser than I thought. It was almost midnight when we strolled in the park. When I complained about my high heels hurting my feet, he gave me a piggyback ride. This man had never failed to surprise me. We were inseparable over the next few weeks, while Lexi always ended up distracting Pierre. One day, Terrence was teaching me Korean when Lexi kept calling me. I was enjoying our session, so I ignored her calls. Later that day, I was on my way to my locker when I saw Francesca's dog again. It started chasing me and I ran into the nearest room. While I was catching my breath, I was surprised to see Pierre in there too. "Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss me?" Before I could react, he suddenly kissed me. I was so shocked that I couldn't move. I slapped him and walked out to look for Lexi, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She wasn't answering my calls either. Where was she when I needed her? The next day, everyone was looking at me like I'd done something terrible, which I apparently did because an anonymous account had posted a picture of me kissing Pierre on Instagram. No, it was all a mistake. I asked Lexi about it, but she was so mad at me. What did I do? That pervert made a move on me. You weren't there when I needed you because you only care about Terrence now. Lexi, I'm so sorry. Please don't do this to me. You're my best friend. No, Blair, I'm just your personal assistant. Oh, not anymore, because I'm resigning. I was crying as she left me. I looked for Terrence and found him in the music room. "Terrence, it's not what you think. Let me explain." "I don't deal with cheaters." I tried to convince him, but my heart broke when he said, "Get lost, Blair. I don't want to see you again." I was totally miserable after that. My best friend and boyfriend were ignoring me, and everyone was calling me a cheater. One day, I passed out in my room because I hadn't eaten all day. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Lexi. "Thank God you finally woke up. You had me so worried. Are you okay?" "How can I be okay when you hate me now?" "Oh my God, stop. I'm not used to seeing you cry." Lexi then told me that she overheard Francesca and Pierre talking about their plan to set me up. I knew it. I need to talk to Terrence. She then looked away and said, "He went back to Korea this morning." What? Are you freaking serious? I felt like someone had thrown cold water on me. She just bowed her head and avoided my eyes. "Why so soon? Is this a prank?" "I'm so sorry, Blair. I already told him the truth and he believed me, but he still left." No. This can't be happening. I tried to get up, but Lexi told me that my doctor had advised that I shouldn't leave bed yet. I called Terrence, but his phone wasn't on. I checked his social media accounts and confirmed that he was already back in Korea. I just wanted to sleep and hope that it was all a dream. The next day, I woke up to Lexi's scream. She pulled me out of bed and dragged me outside. There was an unfamiliar jet landing outside. A handsome boy then stepped out, and I swear, my heart jumped with joy when I realized who it was. I ran up to him and hugged him. He apologized for doubting me and for not telling me about him leaving. I just needed to finish my surprise for you. He then showed me an app on his phone. You can download this from the App Store. I've specially developed this for dyslexics. Oh my God, this is amazing. I love you, Terrence. I love you more, my Blair. I was so over the moon when he finally kissed me. Another cute Korean guy came out and Lexi looked like she just peed her pants. Terrence introduced him as Andrew, his brother, and Lexi started jumping in excitement. Thank God you have a brother. Terrence and I just laughed as we held each other's hands.
Hi, my name is Raven, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were delighted with my lovely black hair.
She's our little raven-haired beauty. That's what we should call her, Raven.
My twin sister Megan was born minutes later with blonde hair just like Dad's. No one ever believed we were twins because we did not look alike. In fact, we were complete opposites in every way. We had a farm and I loved our simple life and I never complained a day. But Megan constantly threw tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted, which was often. Once when I was 7, Mom got me a new pair of sneakers when she saw how worn out my old ones were. But when Megan saw them, she went bananas.
I want a pair of sneakers right now. The ones I'm wearing are ugly and useless. I told you I needed new shoes every 3 weeks. Do you understand that?
You're such a brat, Megan. You have so many pairs already.
You're such a brat. Me. I'm not talking to you. Mom, I need an answer.
We just bought you a new pair last month.
I knew it. You love her more than me.
She threw such a fit that Mom got her an expensive pair of shoes just to shut her up. Life at the farm was amazing, but we were always short of money. To help, Mom picked up a job as a seamstress in the city, and she was really good. Watching her work was magic to my eyes, and she agreed to train me too. I would finally be able to pitch in and help them get some extra money. By the time I was 16, I was so good at stitching that my parents got me my own sewing machine. Megan was so jealous.
You won't get me the Gucci dress I wanted while you spoil her with expensive gifts? This is so unfair.
Unlike you, I help Mom and Dad pay the bills. So either work or stop complaining.
I hate my life. I deserve pretty things. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I will never come back.
Seeing Mom's sad face, I felt awful. I had to do something that would make them both happy. I stayed up for 2 nights and made Megan an exact replica of the dress she wanted. It was perfect. When Megan saw it, she had no clue it was a fake.
Oh, Mom, I love you.
A week later, Dad announced that we were shifting to Houston. We had to sell the farm because of money issues and join his brother's business instead. I loved my life here and I hated the idea of moving, but Megan couldn't get out of there fast enough. Dad's brother was a rich businessman who lived in a huge house with his daughter Sasha. We met her on the first day at school and she seemed to be insanely popular. But to my surprise, everyone kept looking at me on my first day. I didn't know why, until several people came up to me and told me how pretty I was and how much they loved my black hair. Sasha was not happy. She came and slammed her locker shut next to mine, glaring at me. A word of advice? Don't let this attention get to your head. I'm the queen bee here. Good to know. I have to get to class now. I turned around and left, but a few steps later, Megan stopped me. What do you think you're doing? I know you think you're special, but don't get on Sasha's bad side. She's my ticket to popularity. Whatever, Meg. You do you, and I'll do me. That first month of school, Megan became a bigger pain in the butt because of Sasha. Megan copied everything Sasha did and blew up at our parents when they told her they couldn't afford her long list of demands. But things took a wild turn when a new boy, Dan, joined our class. All the girls were obsessed with him, including Megan. Apparently, he was a childhood friend of Sasha's, so Megan begged her to hook them up. Sasha obviously took advantage of the situation. She had Megan acting like her minion and doing stupid errands for her. One day, I saw Megan running around the cafeteria getting lunch for Sasha, and I just had to stop it.
Megan, slow down. Wait, Ah!
I suddenly tripped and the entire tray flew and landed on Megan's head. She was covered in spaghetti.
What is wrong with you, Raven? You did this on purpose.
No need to scream like a farm girl, Megan. We have sensitive ears. Forget about it. And get yourself cleaned up. Dan will never take a chicken-smelling idiot on a date. Megan stomped off in embarrassment and I turned to Sasha. What is your deal? Stop treating her like she's your servant. She might not see through you, but I do. Really? Well, too bad I don't care about either of you. Tell Megan she can kiss Dan goodbye.
What a witch!
Later that day, I told Megan what Sasha had said, but she didn't believe me.
Interesting.
Because Sasha just texted me that Dan wants to ask me out at lunch tomorrow. Go away, liar, and let me get my beauty sleep. The next morning, Megan took an hour to get ready, and she even bragged to everyone at lunch about it. But when the time came, Dan walked right past Megan and came straight to me.
Hey, Raven. I'm sure you already know why I'm here.
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought Sasha would have mentioned it. I told her I wanted to ask out her cousin. Any chance you're free tomorrow?
Oh, no. I told Dan I was busy, but he looked so disappointed that I agreed to do a small meetup at the library later. And when I got home, Megan was furious.
I'm done living under your shadow when I'm clearly better than you. Dan was supposed to ask me out, not you.
I had no control over that, and maybe if you were nicer, people might like you more.
Oh, please. You just get handed everything while I have to work so hard to get people to notice me.
Then stop pretending and just be yourself for once. I happen to like that person when she's not a crazy, spoiled witch. Megan gasped and ran to her room sobbing. I felt so bad for what I said, but I couldn't take this anymore. I met Dan the next day at the library and learned that we had one thing in common: our love of fashion. His mom owned a huge fashion house, and he knew everything there was to know about clothes. We decided to be friends, and I invited him to our birthday party. Maybe if he got to know Megan, he'd see how great she was. It was supposed to be a small party, but that evening, the doorbell just kept ringing. Soon, over 100 people were crammed into our small apartment, and I overheard some girls saying that Megan had invited the entire school. She wore the dress I'd made for her and bragged to everyone about how expensive it was. But she had no idea that it was a fake. OMG. Do you expect me to believe that this is genuine Gucci? Please. I turned around to see Sasha laughing at Megan.
Of course it is. My mom bought it for me herself.
Oh, sweetheart. I can smell a fake Gucci from a mile away. And this one stinks. Sasha went on blabbering about the materials, tags, everything. Suddenly, something came over Megan and she screamed. She grabbed the cake and shoved it right into Sasha's face. I am so sick of everyone thinking they're better than me. Sasha stood stunned for a moment, and then she attacked Megan. They screamed and wrestled like crazy while everyone stared in shock. I had to think quickly, so I grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed them until they stopped. Enough! This is not over. I hate you, Sasha, and I will never forgive you, Raven. Megan stormed off, and I couldn't believe my eyes. This was a whole new level of crazy. But the next morning, I forgot all of Megan's drama when I went downstairs and found out Dad was feeling really unwell. The next thing we knew, we were in the hospital with doctors telling us that he had a heart condition. He was out of danger, but he still needed care for the next few weeks. I helped Mom do house chores and take care of Dad, while Megan never even moved a finger, like always. Later that week, I was just getting back home after some errands when I saw Megan with Sasha coming out of a super expensive store and carrying shopping bags. And they seemed as close as ever, like the fight never happened. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when Sasha suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom. Hey, what? Just listen to me, okay? I'm worried about Megan. She's been really weird lately. Yesterday at the mall, we almost got busted because Megan stole an expensive top and threw a huge tantrum when she got caught. I had to pay for it. And she's been saying some really crazy things, too. And why should I believe anything you say? All you've done is make things worse between me and Megan. Look, I know things that may shock you. Like that big scar on your stomach, I know about it. I was surprised Megan had mentioned it. It was a scar I got when I fell off my bicycle once as a kid. Okay, so Megan told you about it. Big deal. It was a dumb accident from when I was 7. That's not what she told me. It wasn't an accident. Megan said she messed up your brakes on purpose so you'd get hurt. I'm telling you, there's something very wrong with that girl. I just pushed her aside and walked out of there, but I felt a bit sick in my stomach. Could Megan really have done that? The next day, Dan came to visit me with some exciting news. His mom had seen a picture of the dress I'd made for Megan. She loved it and wanted to meet me. She wants you to bring the dress and come for an interview at her company. I was so excited. A job like this could really help us out, so I agreed immediately. I asked Megan if she could give me the dress, and she shot me the weirdest smirk as she fetched it from her cupboard. This dress? Just then, she grabbed a pair of scissors and ripped it apart. Megan, no! Oops, I slipped. She tossed the dress aside and walked off as I watched in horror. I called Dan and begged him to buy me another day so I could make a new dress, but he gave me an amazing idea. Why don't you just add a few things to the same dress and make it edgy? I did just that, and Dan's mom was stunned by my talent. She offered to take me along for the next Paris Fashion Week. She was all set to offer me a job afterwards too, and I was on top of the world. But just a day before my flight, Dad felt sicker and I decided to cancel my trip.
No, Raven, you can't miss this. You have to go. I'll be fine, love.
I'm here, don't worry. The unpaid nurse. Go, go, live your dreams, princess. I wasn't too sure about leaving my parents alone with Megan, but they insisted. And Paris was a dream come true. I also got a chance to wear my design and people showered me with compliments. I still had 3 days left in Paris when one morning I got a frantic call from Mom.
I'm so sorry to ruin your trip, Raven, but we need you here. Megan ran away with all our money, and all I have is a note saying that she's chasing her dreams and never coming back.
This girl had gone completely off the rails. I left for home immediately. Thankfully, Dan's mom said I could start the job right away, and we had some money coming in so I could take care of things, especially Dad's treatment. And he made a full recovery in a few months. I worked really hard and designed some brilliant outfits, and within a year, Dan's mom was so happy with me that she relocated us to New York to run her store and offices there. Life was good, except for the fact that we couldn't stop wondering what had happened to Megan. One day, I was reading at a cafe and the waitress brought my order, and when I looked up, I was shocked to see it was Megan. She looked so different. Her hair was all messy and she'd lost weight. She stared back at me in shock. What are you doing here? What does it look like? I work here. I know you're some big shot designer now, so please don't rub it in my face. Wow, I see you haven't changed much. That's all you have to say to me? Typical. What else should I say, Megan? You're meeting me after so long and you don't feel a tiny bit of shame for hurting your sister, for robbing our parents, for breaking their hearts? You're still just as awful as ever. I got up and started walking away, but suddenly she grabbed my arm and started sobbing. No, please, wait. I made a lot of mistakes, and I was jealous and selfish, and I'm miserable now, Raven. I need you, please. I'll do anything. I'll be better, I promise. It has to be more than just empty words, and you need to earn my trust. I'll offer you a job on 2 conditions. You will start at the bottom and you'll work your way up, just like everyone else. And you'll get therapy. Got it? Yes! Good, then you can start tomorrow. Now come home. Mom and Dad miss you. Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens. It's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course. I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me Giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room. With that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
Hugh, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you. You're...
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar, and you're giving me a headache. I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car, and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home, and every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off.
Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business?
Just don't break her heart, okay?
Whatever.
I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high, and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. and a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me?
You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave.
Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina.
Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley.
I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay.
What do you mean?
I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina,
And she's so freaking rich, so with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
you're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was.
That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us.
But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time.
Think you can outrun me?
You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home. Hi, I'm Giselle, and I live with my parents in France. Please like and subscribe. My dad named me Giselle, which means beautiful like a star. He never loved anyone in the world as much as he loved me. And I guess this is why my own mom never liked me very much. Once in 2nd grade, my geography teacher, Miss Diana, started screaming at a poor girl, and I just hated that she was such a bully. When she was done, she turned to us and said,
Okay, class. So now I think I should
"Jump off a bridge?" And the whole class laughed.
Giselle, what is this behavior? I'll send you to the principal.
And I'll send you to Antarctica. My dad is a travel agent.
How dare you threaten me? You should never threaten people like that.
Sorry, Diana. I thought it was funny.
You should never call your teachers by their first name. This isn't funny.
And the complaint letter was sent to my parents. Mom was furious, but Dad couldn't stop laughing at the statements I'd made in class.
Giselle, I know you were defending a girl, but we should always respect our teachers, darling.
You shout at me if I spill coffee by mistake, but anything Giselle does is fine by you. You'd forgive her if she ever killed someone.
Oh, God, honey, do you always have to be so melodramatic? How can you compare yourself to a kid? And she's really funny.
Mom just stormed off angrily, and since that day, I started noticing that she'd always talk to me rudely. A few weeks later, it was Dad's birthday, and I went down that evening in a beautiful new dress. The minute Dad got home, I ran towards him. Dad, my new dress. Am I pretty? And then Mom pushed me aside and showed Dad the watch she'd bought for him. But Dad ignored her completely and picked me up instead.
My princess, no one can look more beautiful than you. Look what I've brought for you.
Chocolate? Barbies? Wow! Mom, see the gifts Dad got for me?
But Mom angrily turned away and left. Why was she always like this? I forgot all about her as soon as Dad and I started to play, and we played a lot. The next day at breakfast, Mom came downstairs wearing a bikini, and she walked in front of Dad.
How do I look, darling? Come, let's dance in this romantic weather.
Dad spat out his coffee and burst out laughing.
That was a really good joke. But can you please go and put something on? It's freezing and you'll get sick and cause trouble for everyone.
He just went back to reading his newspaper, and I saw Mom's face turn red. I felt a bit sorry for her, but why was she acting so silly? She was obviously furious at Dad, but she took it out on me by not giving me dessert that day. And this time, I was angry at her.
Give me dessert, now!
Nope, don't feel like it. Go ask your dad. I went to the kitchen and climbed onto a stool to reach the cookie jar on the top of the fridge, but I accidentally knocked it down and broke it with a loud crash. Mom came rushing in and started shouting at me.
You're such a brat. Look at this mess you made. You're going to clean it up.
But I just ran out of there and headed straight to the phone.
Hello, Dad? Mom is saying that she hates me and I look like an ugly panda.
Dad called Mom back and yelled at her, and I did a happy dance. Years passed, and I grew up to be a beautiful girl. Every time Dad or anyone praised my beauty, Mom looked jealous. By now, it was clear. She completely resented me. By the time I reached 11th grade, I'd discovered my love for acting, and I'd taken part in all of the school plays. But there was a mean girl in my class who was always competing with me for the lead roles, Ashley. I'd usually beat her to them, and she wasn't very fond of me. One day in the cafeteria, I saw Ashley bullying this shy kid named Sam. She walked up to him with her boyfriend and took off his thick glasses, snapping them in half.
Oh, look at him crying like a kid. Mommy, save me from Ashley.
Sam's eyesight was so weak that he couldn't see anything. As he tried to get away, Ashley stuck out her leg and he tripped. He would have landed on his face, but I caught him just in time. Then I picked up a chair and shouted at Ashley, "You! Touch him again and I'll hit your head so hard your tiny little brain will come out. How dare you threaten me, witch?" And suddenly she jumped on me and we broke out into a huge fight. Some teachers came running and pulled us apart, and their moms were called to the school immediately.
These girls were fighting like wild dogs. It's unacceptable behavior. My daughter could never do this. She's the greatest child in the world. Oh yes, I'm sure it was Giselle's fault. She's the worst child in the world. You poor baby, how badly hurt is she? Giselle should definitely be punished. This is the last warning to you girls. Don't be weak. Why are you letting Giselle off with a warning? You should suspend her. You can even throw her out of school.
Mom! The principal actually suspended me for 3 days, and I was furious. When we got home, Dad was already there, and she started complaining to him immediately.
See what your amazing daughter has done. She's suspended from school because she beat a girl so badly for no reason. She nearly sent her into a coma. Shut up. Don't talk rubbish. Giselle isn't crazy enough to hurt someone like that.
Yes, Dad. Mom is lying, and she told the principal to suspend me. Ashley jumped on me, and I just pulled her hair. How could she go into a coma from that? Hearing this, Dad was furious at Mom, and they broke into the worst fight of their lives. Mom smashed half the plates in her house. She was crazy. A few days later, something was published in the news that left everyone really surprised in school. It was a picture of Sam with his dad, who happened to be a world-famous movie director. Everyone knew Sam's dad, but until now, no one had known Sam was his son because he'd never mentioned it. And suddenly, everyone's attitude towards Sam changed completely. He was surrounded by girls all the time. I also liked him, but I'd just see him from a distance. Even Ashley the witch apologized to him one day. He forgave her, and after that, the two would be hanging out together so often. A week later, it was Valentine's Day, and I came to know that Ashley had dumped her boyfriend. She walked over to Sam in the cafeteria and said,
"This rose is for the most handsome boy in the world. Will you be my Valentine?"
No boy ever refused Ashley because she was so pretty. But to my shock, Sam just took the rose from her and walked over to me. I've been waiting to do this since the first time we've met. And what day is better than Valentine's? You're the prettiest, loveliest girl ever. Will you go out with me, Giselle?
Yes, of course, yes.
Then he lifted me into his arms and twirled me around as everyone cheered for us. Ashley was so embarrassed and angry, she ran away from there crying. I started enjoying my relationship with Sam. He'd pick me up from my place, and then we'd go to parks and malls. I could see Mom's jealous face whenever I'd come back with gifts. One day she said, "Is this what you go to school for? Focus on your studies. Don't I already get the highest grades? That boy Sam isn't good for you." How can you say that? You don't even know him. His dad and I were in the same college, and he is a horrible, dishonest man. Wow, you'll just make up anything, won't you? You know what? I think you're just jealous because you never got what I have. I started ignoring Mom completely after that. She couldn't stand to see me happy, and that was her problem, not mine. I graduated from high school, and Sam and I decided to get engaged before we both headed off for college. We had a small engagement dinner with his parents and mine, but just as he was about to put the ring on my finger, Mom suddenly jumped up from her seat. "No, I can't stay quiet and just watch, Giselle. I have proof that this boy is no good. Look at this picture of him kissing this girl. Won't you believe me now? I warned you about him and his whole family." Mom, just stop. That girl is Sam's cousin, and I know her. You've proved nothing, except that you're a crazy psycho who's been stalking my boyfriend. Everyone was staring at us, and the whole evening was ruined. When we got home, I turned to Dad. "She ruined one of the happiest days of my life, Dad. Thank God I'm leaving for university tomorrow." "Not just you, darling. I'm leaving too. I've stayed with this mad woman just for you, but now you're all grown up and ready to go, and so am I. I need some peace in my life." And with that, we both left home the next day, hoping to never see Mom again. A few months later, Dad told me he was getting married again, and I was really happy for him. After Sam and I graduated from university, we decided to get married. I didn't want Mom to ruin my big day, so I didn't invite her. But to my shock, Dad didn't come either. He just sent me a huge wedding present with a note, "Sorry I couldn't make it, honey, but I can't leave my wife and newborn son alone right now. Love you and hope you have an amazing day." That was a big blow to my heart. He'd never ignored me before, and I was so angry at him. I called him, but he didn't even pick up. Sam's dad soon signed me on for a movie, and the very first one was a success. I shot to fame fast and was soon traveling all over the world for shootings and premieres. I was away often, and over time, I felt Sam was growing really distant from me. Like once I was in town on my birthday, and all he did was laze around on the couch as usual and watch football all day. "Sam, today's day is over. It was my birthday, and you didn't even wish me a happy birthday." "Oh, I forgot. Happy birthday, dear." And then he just turned his face to the TV again. This kind of stuff happened all the time, and I felt invisible. And sometimes it made me think of how Dad must have made Mom feel, and how I'd never realized it before. To distract myself, I worked even harder, and within a year, I was nominated for a big award. But Sam didn't even show up to the award ceremony. And when I got home, I found him having a huge party at our place. "Oh, I thought you were out of town, babe. Come, meet my friends." Out of town? I was at the award ceremony, and you weren't there. That was today? And why did I need to be there, Giselle? Did you need me to carry around that tiny award for you? Do you even care about me? Or am I just a money-earning machine for you? You don't even have a job, and all you do is spend my hard-earned money. Your hard-earned money? Anything you are today is because of my dad and my connections. And look at you now, acting all high and mighty with your award and your expensive dress.
which, by the way, looks awful on you.
Everyone in the room looked at us. I was embarrassed like never before. Suddenly, the scene of Dad laughing at Mom and insulting her flashed before my eyes, and it was the worst feeling in the world.
Really? You made me? Then why couldn't you make something of yourself, you useless potato?
Saying that, I just pushed him aside and stormed off to my room. I could hardly sleep that night. I was so angry at Sam and at Dad. The next morning, I woke up to a message on my phone. It was from my bank, saying that all the money from my account had been withdrawn. What the heck? Sam, you took all my money? Why did you even need such a big amount?
I had some debts to pay off. Partying can be expensive, man. You'd know if you ever had fun.
What? You're the biggest jerk ever! I wish I'd let Ashley have you. You deserved her.
Yeah, she was prettier, but whatever. Get lost now.
I grabbed him by the collar and punched him hard. Just then the cops arrived at our door because I'd already called them and reported him for theft. He left shouting and screaming, and it was the best I'd felt in years. And then I left to see my mom. When I arrived at my old house, Mom was completely stunned to see me.
Oh my God, Giselle.
It's been so long. You're even more beautiful than I remember. And suddenly, I just burst into tears and ran to hug her tight. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her everything. I'm so sorry, Mom, for never realizing how Dad made you feel, for not listening to you about Sam. You warned me, but I grew up never trusting you to be happy for me. It's not really your fault, Giselle. All those years I was angry at your dad, and I took it out on you by never showing you affection. It's taken me years to get over my resentment and realize I should never have ruined my relationship with you over someone who never loved me at all. I'm here now, Mom. Do you think we can start over? I've been waiting to hear those words for so long, my darling.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn, and I'm from Brooklyn. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear, I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand, and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent?
I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn.
Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper, and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was going to make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all. What? No! But since there was no other option, they gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word, and when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up.
God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related?
Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time.
Oh God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice.
How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off.
Oh God, she's a baldy.
Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. And thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked.
Did you forget your wig, sweetie?
Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch.
Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg.
Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever, I don't need your approval. Huh? What was that about? At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? Please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude. But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away, and I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy.
Oh, honey, I have great news.
Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model,
And guess what? They selected her.
for the first time in ages. I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face, and then Mom said, "But now, Ashlyn will have to play the part." What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products, and since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever gonna grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me, and I'm so worried about how I'm gonna take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm gonna turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school.
Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable, Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you.
I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me.
I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was going to leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome! I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20, and he had a huge fan following. But he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker. How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard. I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news. Babe, can you please calm down? But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good, and when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. all that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh, no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash. I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course!
Hey guys, I'm Amelia from Denver, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe first. I was 6 years old when I moved to my aunt's house with my sister Olivia, who was 4 years older than me. Olivia and I, well, we had sort of a bittersweet relationship. More bitter than sweet. We just didn't get along. Olivia drew an imaginary line between us because she needed her space, but had no respect for mine. Like once, when I was dreaming of Justin Bieber, she woke me up to yell at me. "Your blanket's on my side of the bed. Move over." Are you kidding me? And then there were times when she treated me like her servant. "Amelia, go get my charger. Bring me a glass of water. Are you blind? Don't you have legs? Move your butt and get it yourself." Every time I'd answer her back, she'd look at me like I slapped her in the face, and then give me notes on how she was the best sister in the world. "I bought you a new bag from the dollar shop on 2012-2019. I saved you from the bullies when you were in the 4th grade. And when you were hungry as a bear on March 13th, 2014, I cooked noodles for you." What in the world? Oh, God. Wait, you forgot. You said good morning yesterday, so what now? Would I have to do laundry for you for a year? Man, you're weird. She was crazy, but she was also kind to me on rare occasions. Like when she gave me her Netflix password, even though I begged and pleaded for it for 4 years. She also gave me her phone when I asked her. Oh, she wasn't that generous. She did it because her boyfriend, Cooper, got her a new one. Even though we fought a lot, she was still always around. But after high school, Olivia started spending less and less time with me. She was busy partying with her friends. She would come home late almost every night. One time, it was very late and Olivia hadn't returned home. My aunt and I were worried sick. "Olivia, where were you? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Don't try to be my mother. Just mind your own business. Ugh, I waited for you all night. Look, the sun is almost up. This isn't right. So, I should stop living my life just because you think partying all night isn't right? Gosh, you suffocate me. I am leaving. She then began packing her stuff. She said she was going to stay with Cooper and that she needed to live her life the way she wanted to. Well, fine. If that's what she wanted to do with her life, so be it. Once Olivia was gone, I did miss her, but I channeled all my energy into studying. It paid off because I graduated from high school with awesome grades. Now, I needed a job to pay for my college fees. I found a job in sales, and after months, I was finally able to move out of my aunt's place. One day, when I returned home from work, I found a basket at my door with a baby. And right then, my phone rang. Oh, you got it, Mandy. Thank God. Olivia, where are you? Wait, is this your baby? Yeah. Amelia, look. I have to go to Europe with my new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to babysit her for just like 1 week. All the stuff you need is in the baby bag. And there's a diary too. Wait, are you crazy? You haven't shown up in 2 years. How do you think I'm gonna... She hung up before I could finish. I reached into the bag, and just as I found the baby's dad's number, Mandy puked all over the diary. No. I thought of taking her to my aunt, but then I remembered she was away visiting her friends. Oh God, I can't do this. I was having a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I decided to go to the cops. My friend's sister left her baby at my friend's place and then ran away. What should my friend do with the baby?
It's not legal to keep a baby like this. She'll have to be sent to social services and they'll decide.
Social services? No. I couldn't send my niece there. And then I banged my head hard on the wall. As I stared at Mandy in horror, she began to cry and just got louder each second. Nothing was working. This was frustrating. My patience was running out. After multiple failed attempts, I finally found a solution. I did a silly dance for her that caught her attention. Finally, silence. But what happened next made me explode. Now, who's gonna clean this up? Of course, me. I cried really loudly and cursed Olivia for doing this to me. Your mother is I don't know why I'm being punished. Well, the next thing that made me worried was work. I had no other option but to take her along with me. I made a stop at the grocery store near my work to buy baby food. As I reached the cashier, I struggled to juggle the bag and baby in my hands. Please, do you mind holding her for a while?
Me? Okay.
To make matters worse, I had to cut half of my purchases due to my credit limit. But as if luck was on my side. Congratulations, ma'am, it's your lucky day. You're our 1,000th customer, and you get a voucher worth $2,000. What? What did you just say? Yes! Finally, something good happened to me. I took the bags and ran out of the shop, but then the stranger stopped me.
Hey, excuse me. Stop, please. Your baby?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot about her. I'm a bad aunt, ain't I?
Ooh, thank God you said aunt. I was wondering if I can...
Before he could finish, Mandy started crying and I had to rush. Bummer. When I reached the office, I was surprised to see the stranger from the store there. It turned out he was our boss's son.
You work here? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we have such pretty employees. And the youngest ones.
I'm sorry to have brought her here, but I'm still looking for some place to drop her off. Adrian was amazing. The guy was always nice to me, and as we started working together, he always praised my work in front of everyone, which made me feel over the moon. I was falling hard for him, but I kept my feelings about him under wraps. He, on the other hand, was pretty clear about how he felt for me.
I must say, you look lovely today. Amelia, you are loaded with work. Let's take a coffee break. Amelia.
One day, we were preparing for a meeting when Adrian took my hand and told me how much he liked me. I can't say no to my boss. I like you too. Everything was turning out great for me. Olivia had told me she'd be back in a week, but it had been more than 3 weeks and she was still a no-show. But luckily, Mandy and I were getting along just fine. It wasn't like she stopped spitting her food in my face, didn't cry, or stopped rolling on the floor. I just learned how to handle her better now. I even got her into a daycare when I was at work. Like all good things that don't last forever, this happy period of my life was also temporary. Mandy got sick and I didn't know what to do. I called Adrian and asked if he could drop us off at the clinic. He drove up in his Mercedes-Benz and took us there. Thank God it wasn't anything serious. On our way back, I invited Adrian over for coffee at my place. But what he said next surprised me.
You live here? It's so tiny. And untidy, too.
As he walked around, he stepped on a toy and screamed. Ouch.
Oh.
He looked pissed and threw the toy against the wall. I was shocked at how he acted. I'm sorry the house is messy.
It's not your fault. I was thinking you could always give her up for adoption. She was your sister's mistake, not yours. Or have her come back and take care of her own kid.
He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't sure about his idea. Mandy was my niece after all, and I loved her. The next few days, Adrian kept bringing up the idea of sending Mandy to social services. Even though I tried to contact Olivia many times, her number was off. Just a week later, I was having an amazing sleep when someone jolted me awake. It was Adrian. What happened? Is Mandy all right?
Yeah, she must be.
But Amelia, you fell asleep during our presentation. What is going on with you? You need to pull yourself together and give the baby to someone. Her dad?
He was right. When my aunt came back from the trip, I went to her house and asked her if she knew about Cooper. She gave me his number, and when I contacted him, he was shocked to learn that he even had a baby.
Oh my God. She looks just like me. My carbon copy. I can't believe Olivia hid this from me.
He then told us how Olivia had left him for another guy, never telling him that she was pregnant. I felt really bad for him. I couldn't believe my sister would stoop so low. When Cooper took Mandy away, I realized how much I missed her. Those tiny hands and feet, that toothless smile. Gosh, I wanted to hug her just once more. I busied myself with work, and it went well with Adrian. He gave me expensive gifts and would take me out for dinner every day. One time while I was out with him, I mentioned how much I missed Mandy, and he just snapped.
Mandy, Mandy, Mandy. It's always Mandy for you all the time. I'm sorry. Look what I got you.
I need to go, please. As soon as I was out of the restaurant, I went to Cooper's place, and what I saw there had me laughing. Cooper had a pacifier around his neck, Mandy in his arm, milk powder in his hair, and a rattle in his other hand. I'm sorry, but I can't stop laughing.
It's okay. At least I made you laugh.
Let me try.
Oh, you made her sleep even faster.
As he cleaned up the mess, I helped him, and we felt exhausted and hungry by the end. We ordered online, and honest to God, the food was 100 times better than the fancy restaurant Adrian loved taking me to. Right then, my phone rang. Think of the devil. It was Adrian, apologizing for snapping at me. He wanted to meet me again, but hearing Cooper's voice in the background, his mood changed.
You don't have time for me, and there you are with some other guy? Who is he?
I just couldn't handle his drama, so I hung up. Since I really liked spending time at Cooper's house, I went to visit Mandy and him almost every day. However, that didn't sit too well with Adrian because I had to face him at work, too. One time, he invited me on a date to a fancy gala, and I reluctantly accepted. I wanted to finish things with him, and that could be my chance. But once I reached the place, his face twisted the moment he saw me.
Oh, God. Why didn't you wear the dress I gave you? Come on, let's go. You need something proper for this gala. I can't be seen with someone who dresses like this.
What the heck? Fine. You won't be seen with me from now on. Want to know why? 'Cause you are one snobby, arrogant, and annoying jerk.
Oh yeah, great. You're making me the bad guy here? Who's cheating on me with Cooper? Admit that you like him.
His words hit me. I think I really had feelings for Cooper, and I was kinda cheating. Ugh, you are crazy. We're done, Adrian. Goodbye. Saying that, I left, and on my way home, Cooper called, and I told him everything that Adrian had done. Since I didn't have a ride home, Cooper insisted on picking me up. He parked on the other side of the road, and when I turned toward him, my heel got stuck in the wet grass and it broke. Seeing me struggle, Cooper rushed to me.
Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, God, you're soaking wet. Here, wear this.
Thanks. It's just this stupid... Ugh. The next thing I know is that Cooper had me in his arms and carried me to his car. He delicately seated me. Oh my gosh, my heart was beating really fast, and I was sure he could hear it. I had never felt this calm and protected. Once we were at Cooper's place, I changed into dry clothes that belonged to him and snuggled next to Mandy. Can I crash here for the night, Cooper? I am too tired to go home now.
What? Yeah, you don't need to ask. It would be great if you could stay with us.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, I'd love to have you forever.
Oh, wow. He really liked me. I did a happy dance inside my head, but I just nodded my head. A few days later, I resigned from my job and even changed my number because Adrian was constantly calling me. In a few months, I moved in with Cooper and was living my best life. I loved Mandy so much, and being able to be with her brought me so much joy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, Olivia returned. And seeing Cooper and me together, she looked shocked.
Olivia, you? What brought you here? Finally got time to worry about your daughter?
I was looking for Mandy.
but I didn't find her at your place, and here you are. Olivia, Oh, cut it out, Amelia. How are you feeling after betraying your sister? How could you say that to me? You left your kid. You cheated on your boyfriend and ran off with your new fling, and never told him about his child. I am not the one betraying anyone here. It's you. Unbelievable. With those words, Olivia left. And even though I wanted to say so much more to her, Cooper stopped me, saying it wasn't worth arguing with her. Time passed, and I didn't hear from Olivia again. Soon, Cooper and I got married, and we were living the perfect life. But deep down, I missed my sister. On Mandy's 5th birthday, I was at the store getting her a gift when I spotted an LOL doll. When I almost had it, someone else picked it up too. Hey, I needed that. Oh, Amelia, it's you. Oh my God, it's been years. How are you? And is this for for Mandy? Yeah, she loves it. Olivia then handed me the toy, and then Mandy called me from behind. Mama? Oh my God, she's grown up really fast. Can I hug her? Of course, you don't need to ask. You are her mother after all. Olivia then hugged Mandy and kissed her with all her strength. Mama? Is this Mommy? Yes, honey, she is. Oh God, she knows me? Of course, I have always shown her your pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. You're the best sister in the whole world. The end.
Hi, I'm Petra from Serbia, and I have an extremely rare condition where my aging process is much slower than that of regular people. Like when I was 6 years old, I looked like a dumb 2-year-old toddler, which made people treat me like one. And things got even worse as a teenager. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Because of my condition, my parents decided to homeschool me till I was a bit older. I only got to hang out with other kids at the playground, and I'd get picked on all the time because I looked so much smaller than everybody. Once, when I was about 8 years old, I was playing on the slides in the park when a worried-looking woman came running to me.
Sweetie, are you lost?
No.
Oh, poor baby. Probably can't understand a thing. You must be so scared.
Do I look scared? And I'm not a baby. But she wasn't even listening to me. And before I knew it, she was calling over a policeman from the street.
We have a missing child here, officer. Please, help her find her mommy and daddy.
Despite my protests, the policeman whisked me off to the station and started taking pictures of me for missing child posters. Oh my God, I know my parents' number and address. I live right across the street from the playground, and you guys kidnapped me. This was the beginning of many, many times my parents had to come get me from the police station. I finally joined school in the 7th grade. The minute I walked into the classroom, a girl elbowed me roughly and said, "I think you've lost your way, kid." Oh, if only I had $1 for every time I heard that. I would be a millionaire by now, and I wouldn't need to be in this school with dumb people like you. And with that, I pushed her aside and took my seat. When I did all the math problems correctly in the first lesson, the teacher called me over, looking all starstruck.
Wow, Petra, you're a genius.
Thanks. Why?
Because you solved these algebra problems meant for 12-year-olds.
But I am 12 years old. The teacher just giggled and then did something I hated. She pulled my cheek.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Yes, you definitely have the mind of a 12-year-old.
No matter how many times I said it, no one believed that I was actually 12. They all thought I was some kind of baby genius who'd been bumped up a few grades. Eventually, I gave up and let everyone believe I was super smart. This didn't really help me become popular or make friends, though. Jessica, the meanest girl in class, wasn't too happy because everyone thought I was the smartest, and she made sure everyone constantly made fun of me.
Does your butt look big 'cause you're wearing a diaper?
What kind of language is that book in?
Goo goo gaga.
Another time, I was eating lunch by myself when Jessica suddenly stopped by my table.
Aw, how is the baby gonna eat all that with her little baby teeth?
Why are you this way, Jessica?
What do you mean?
I mean, why are you so awful to me? You're the most popular girl in class.
Yeah, I know. But before you showed up out of nowhere, I was the smartest too.
Fine, you're the prettiest and the smartest girl in the world. Can you leave me alone now, please?
Sure.
but let me mash everything for the little baby to eat first. And with that, she started pounding my food with her fist. OMG, you are such a psycho. And with that, I picked up the smushed piece of cake and flung it at her face. She picked up my glass of juice and dunked it on my head. And before we knew it, everybody joined in for fun and a full-scale food fight had broken out. We both got detention. And after that day, I found a corner in the little playpen for the kindergarten kids and basically had lunch there by myself the next 3 years. Until one day, Josh came and sat next to me. Josh had just joined our class a few weeks ago, and he was a total babe. With all the popular girls drooling all over him, I was sure he wouldn't notice someone like me, which is why I was pretty shocked to find him here.
Why do you always have lunch alone?
Is this your first time in high school? Of course, I don't expect someone like you to get it. He took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
I don't understand why someone as adorable as you is here either.
I was so annoyed at how fast that made my heart beat. After that, Josh and I became really good friends. He'd always invite me to watch his football games and started coming over to my place for study dates. Since he'd joined so late, he needed to do a lot of catching up, and I was more than happy to help. I hated to admit it, I just had the biggest crush on him. The annual spring dance was around the corner, and it was all anyone could talk about at school. All the girls were yapping nonstop about their dresses and who they'd be going with. Of course, I was hoping Josh would ask me out, but when he didn't, I decided I didn't need to wait around like a sappy Disney princess. I'd ask him out myself. I bought tickets for the opening show of the new Avengers movie. Just as we were about to enter the theater, one of the cinema staff stopped me.
Hey, little girl, you can't go in. That's a PG-13 movie.
I'm almost 16. Here, look at my ID.
We see fake IDs all the time, kid. Sorry, but I can't let you go.
And with that, he pushed me out of line and refused to listen to me anymore. I can't believe this. Let's go then.
Go? I mean, what's the point of wasting both the tickets? We'll still have dinner together, okay?
And just like that, he turned and went inside. I was furious. I couldn't even go anywhere because he'd driven me here. When he finally came out after 3 hours, he was practically jumping with excitement.
OMG, that was epic. Iron Man snapped his fingers and died, but he saved the world.
He'd not only watched the movie without me, he'd ruined it for me completely. I thought maybe the rest of the evening would go a little better, but boy was I wrong. At the end of the meal, when the waitress brought us our fortune cookies, I looked over excitedly at Josh to open his and read the little note inside.
Will you be my date for the spring dance, Josh?
He looked up at me in complete shock.
Petra, I don't know how to say this, but, no. How could you even think that? You're more like a little sister to me. I've already asked Jessica out. Man, you've really made things awkward.
I felt so utterly crushed and stupid. I flung a glass of water in his face. I wish I could snap my fingers right now and make you disappear. And with that, I ran out of there and took the bus home. Nobody was more grateful than me when stupid high school ended and I was off to college. It wasn't too far from my town, so my parents could visit me often or come bail me out every time an officer thought I was an underage driver. Gosh, this is the 3rd time this month. Why are you police officers so dumb? Can't you see I have a real license?
She doesn't mean that, officer. Come on, sweetie, let's go.
My parents always had my back, but no one understood how frustrating it was for me to be treated like a kid all the time. Until I met Andrew. In my 2nd year at university, I took up a job as a professor's assistant for one of the courses. I knew the other students made fun of me behind my back. But one day, they went really overboard. The professor was unwell, and I was taking the class in his place. As soon as I turned my back to the board, I got hit by a dozen paper balls. I turned around to see everyone snickering. I'm your teacher. Didn't your parents teach you any respect?
You're not our teacher. You can't even reach the top of the board without standing on a stool. Go back to school, loser.
You can't behave this way with me. I want everyone who's responsible to apologize right now.
Or you'll do what? Go crying to your mommy?
I'll fail you in every single assignment. You do remember I grade them, right?
Oh no, I'm scared. Miss Petra, will you forgive me if I give you a lollipop?
That's it. Get out.
Happy to. Come on, guys, let's go. We don't need to take orders from some high school smarty pants.
And just like that, the whole class walked out. I tried to keep my cool, but when everyone had left, I burst into angry tears. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on the shoulder, and I looked up to see that it was Andrew, one of the students.
I'm really sorry about the way they treated you. I think you're really smart and beautiful.
We became friends, and soon after, we started dating. He was just the sweetest guy, and even though he looked much older than me, he was never ashamed to hold my hand in public, even if it got us weird looks. A few weeks later, I had an internship interview in another city, and Andrew offered to see me off at the airport. Just as I was leaving, he took my hand.
Good luck, babe. I hope you get it, but I'll really miss you.
And with that, he pulled me in for our first kiss. My head was still spinning with joy when suddenly I saw a few policemen walking towards us.
Sir, please move away from the kid.
What's the problem, officer?
We've recently had many reports of a gang kidnapping young girls, and you need to come down to the station with us to answer a few questions.
Wait, what? He's not a kidnapper. He's my boyfriend, and I'm 20 years old. The policeman didn't listen to a word we said, and we were taken down to the station. My parents had to come down again with my birth certificate and baby pictures before they finally let us go. It turned out that the people at the airport had been making videos of the whole thing, and it had gone viral on social media, with people saying all sorts of mean things about me and Andrew. And to make things worse, the company I had an interview with wasn't happy that I didn't show up, so I lost the internship too. I was beyond furious now. I took to social media myself and posted a video talking about how I'd always been discriminated against because of the way I looked. The video went viral, and I started receiving a lot of sympathy messages and support. The public pressure made the police issue an official apology, and the company even offered me the internship again. But my condition had really sparked an interest in the public, and I was being invited to tons of TV and online interviews. All everyone wanted to know was the secret of my youth. Soon enough, I realized that people envied me. One morning, I picked up the local newspaper from the door and was horrified to see my face splashed across the front page with the headline, "Girl Discovers Secret to Eternal Youth."
Babe, come here and look outside the window.
To my shock, there was a massive crowd of people outside our apartment building, and the minute they spotted me in the window, they started screaming. "Have you discovered the Fountain of Youth? Tell us where it is." "What do you eat to look so young? I'll pay anything for it."
With your anti-aging formula for youthful skin, we can become millionaires. Come work for our skincare company.
This was complete madness, and I had to put an end to it. I opened the window, and everybody became quiet to hear what I had to say. "Listen, there is no secret. It's a condition I've always had, and it's not a blessing. I've never had anyone take me seriously my whole life. I spent all of high school being bullied. My message to everyone is that we all need to learn to be happy in our own skins and accept everyone as they are." Thankfully, the message spread far and wide, and people didn't bother me again, but I still became pretty famous and was regularly called for talks on self-acceptance and against bullying. I'm married to Andrew now, and we have 2 young kids, and secretly, I really don't mind at all when someone says I don't look like a mom.
Walking around the school garden was my exact definition of peace. I brought a purple flower up to my nose, and then suddenly, I felt my chest tightening. I reached for my inhaler and panicked when I realized I dropped it on the way here. Oh God, was I gonna die?
Looking for this?
I turned to see Axel, the most attractive guy in school, and he was holding my inhaler. It was the first time he'd ever talked to me. Oh, thank God. Give me that, please. As I was taking some puffs, he kept looking at me, and it made me feel worse instead of better. I looked away and continued calming myself down. When I turned to him again, he was gone. This boy was so mysterious. He'd joined our school a year ago, and no one knew anything about him. Hi, my name is Olivia, and I have a chronic breathing condition called asthma. I wasn't allowed to join any active sports and have some extra fun. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. It was the weekend, and I'd invited my best friend Tori to play golf with me on our private course. I told her what happened yesterday, and she started squealing like a hyena. Oh my God, bestie, maybe he secretly likes you. Nah, he just tried to help me. Well, he never talked to any girl before, so it definitely meant something. So what if it does? He's not my type anyway. He's too mysterious for me. Rumor has it that he has a gang outside and they love beating people up and burning things down, but that will make your love story even cuter. The title would be The Mafia Boss and His Queen. Ow! Just stop with your Wattpad fantasies already. Suddenly, a private jet landed nearby, and I was shocked to see who came out. Liam. He was my childhood friend who'd moved to Germany when we were 10, and I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I could hardly recognize him. He looked like a prince. He ran to hug me and spun me around.
I missed you so much, gorgeous.
I missed you too, handsome. Just then, he spotted Tori standing behind me.
Why are you playing golf with your maid, Olivia?
Liam, she's not...
Hey, you. Get me some fresh orange juice. Quick.
Hello? Do I look like a maid to you? Liam, she's not my maid, and her name is Tori. She's my high school best friend, so please be nice to her.
Okay. Whatever. I need to see your mom. We have a lot of catching up to do.
As he ran off to our mansion, Tori gave me a disapproving look. This is your childhood best friend? The guy you've been telling me so much about? He sounds like a jerk. He must be tired from the flight. Trust me, he's a nice guy. When I came to school the next day, I saw all the girls gathered in the parking lot. I checked to see what all the chaos was about and saw Liam coming out of his golden chopper with his bodyguards rolling out a red carpet for him. What was he doing here? Morgan, the most annoying brat in the world, accidentally tripped over something invisible right in front of him. Oh my god, my dress! It's worth $237.69 million, and now it's dirty. I need some love and comfort. Liam ignored her and grabbed a megaphone instead.
Attention, everyone. Call yourself lucky because I'm joining your school now. And ladies, I know I'm super handsome and irresistible, but unfortunately for you, I'm unavailable.
He sounded so pompous. But Morgan and the rest of the female population suddenly looked like depressed vegetables. And they didn't look happy to see him walking down the hallway with me, or sitting right next to me during class. But for some reason, all I could think about was Axel's empty seat at the back. Later that day, we had some important exam results being posted on the bulletin board, and I was shocked when I didn't see my name at the top spot. Holy mother of frogs! It was Axel this time. I don't understand. He either sleeps in class or doesn't even attend them, but he's always in the top 5. And now, he's freaking number 1? How is he beating me? Maybe he studies in dark alleys all night after beating someone up. As I turned around, I crashed straight into someone behind me. It was Axel.
If you're curious, you only have to ask.
Okay then, why don't you tell us?
It's a secret. I'll have to come a bit closer.
As he bent his head down to my ear, I suddenly felt my heart skip a beat. He brushed a strand of hair away and whispered,
I'm just really, really smart. Smarter than you, for sure. I might be smarter than Einstein himself.
Gosh, he was so arrogant. I was about to push him away when suddenly Liam did it for me.
Who are you? And can you step away from Olivia? I could ask you the same thing, but I'm not interested actually.
Axel turned around and left, and Liam looked really annoyed. As I started walking down the hallway, he followed me and asked me out for dinner that night so we could catch up. That sounded nice, and I agreed. He took me to a really fancy restaurant, and we were having a good time. Till our order arrived, and suddenly, Liam started yelling at the waiter.
I ordered a sizzling steak, not your stupidity.
Liam, what are you doing? It looked completely fine. The chef came out and asked us what the problem was.
The steak doesn't sizzle enough, and it's not even the center of the plate. This is the stupidest food presentation I've ever seen. You're fired. Sir, you can't do that. I own this restaurant. My dad owns half the city, and I'm going to have your restaurant shut down for food poisoning. Come, Olivia, we're leaving.
As we stepped outside, I turned to him furiously. Liam, you're unbelievable. How can you talk to people like that?
I can talk to anyone any way I want. Olivia, this was supposed to be a perfect date, and they ruined it. I'm only angry because it meant so much to me.
No one ruined anything except for you. Wait, a date? I thought this was just dinner between friends.
Come on, I told every girl in school that I'm unavailable. And you must know that everyone is expecting us to be together, right? I want it. Our families want it.
But I don't want it. I don't even think of you that way. And who are you to decide things for me?
Why are you being so difficult?
Don't mess things up like this, Liam. I miss the old you, the sweet little boy who used to be my best friend. I want that person back.
I won't just settle for being your friend, Olivia. I'll do anything to be more than that.
And at that moment, I just knew that things would never be the same between us. The next day at the canteen, Tori and I spotted Axel in one corner looking anxious as he talked to someone over the phone.
He's probably talking to his advisor.
Advisor? For what?
Every mafia boss has his own advisor, and they're probably planning on their next victim.
I tapped her head to snap her out of her crazy ideas, but my curiosity about Axel grew even more. I wondered what he was really up to whenever he disappeared. As he walked off, I decided to follow him and saw him heading to the library. Now was my chance to see how he studied, but he just spread out his notes, put his head down, and fell asleep. I tiptoed and snuck closer to see those notes and noticed that he had such cute handwriting. Suddenly, a hand grabbed mine, and when I turned my head, our lips almost touched. Was he awake all this time? I just wanted to grab that book next to your notes.
I have a really important question to ask you, Olivia. It's now or never.
Yeah? What is it?
What lotion do you use? Your hands are really soft.
Realizing that he was still holding my hand, I pulled away and came up with the lamest excuse. I really need to pee. Bye! Later that day, I was in the school elevator when he stepped in to join me. Please don't talk about the notes. Please don't talk about the notes.
So, what was your deal with my notes earlier? Still trying to figure out how I'm getting better grades than you?
I told you. I was aiming for that book beside you. He just smirked at me and was about to say something when suddenly Liam slipped in.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere.
Suddenly, the elevator broke. Perfect timing. Axel started calling for help while Liam started pestering me.
Why are you ignoring me? Is this about last night? Fine. I'll let that stupid chef go this once.
Could we please focus on the problem right now? We're basically stuck and it's so hot.
Let's make it hotter then.
Without any warning, Liam took off his shirt and I was stunned. When I turned to my right, Axel did the same and holy cheese. If Liam had the body of a fitness instructor, Axel had the body of a Greek god. And I looked like a stupid potato between them. Why did you take off your shirt too?
You're right. It's really hot. I might die of hypothermia and suffocation.
Before I could collapse, the elevator doors finally opened. Oh, thank God. I immediately rushed to the restroom and used my inhaler to calm myself from the traumatic incident. One night, while I was giving out food and cash to some beggars, I spotted someone in a leather jacket exchanging something with a suspicious guy across the street. I realized that it was Axel. I got out of my limo to secretly follow them as they passed through an alley and entered a door that led to a basement. Oh my God, was this their hideout? I was expecting to see a room full of gangsters, but it was the complete opposite. There were nerdy-looking guys solving Rubik's Cubes with super difficult shapes everywhere. I spotted Axel, and he was the only one who looked different. What in the world? I met Axel's eyes across the room, and he looked so shocked to see me that he fell off his chair. He acted like nothing had happened and continued solving his cube, but I couldn't help but smile. He was so cute. After the game, he was awarded second place, but he didn't seem happy about it. He walked up to me with a disappointed face.
I lost by 1.5 seconds because I got distracted when I saw you. It's the 57th Digital Qualifier Next Generation Championship Cup, and I should have won it to complete my badges.
So he was actually a nerd who happened to look like a bad boy? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to follow you. Suddenly, the scariest nerd that I had ever seen charged toward Axel like a raging bull.
I bet $5 million on you to win, and I need to get it back, you loser. Get him, guys.
Time to go.
Axel grabbed my hand and dragged me out of the building. We fled on his motorbike, but the nerdy goons kept following us until we reached the countryside. Suddenly, it started raining really hard, and we could hardly see anything. Axel had no choice but to pull over to the nearest waiting shed. Both of us were soaked to the bone as we sat on the single bench. It looks like the rain wasn't stopping tonight, and it was already so late. I called my parents to tell them that I was sleeping at Tori's house so they wouldn't be worried.
I'm sorry you got dragged into all of this.
No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have followed you. You lost the game because of me.
It's fine. There are thousands of upcoming games anyway.
I grabbed the chance to reveal our ridiculous theories about him, and it was my first time seeing him laugh.
So you're telling me that all nerds are supposed to be blind and aren't allowed to wear leather jackets?
It was my first time seeing one.
You're shaking. You must be very cold.
He took his leather jacket off and wrapped it around me, pulling me into a hug.
I hope my body heat can make you feel better.
Yeah, it's helping.
I'm relieved.
Feeling so safe in his arms, I found myself closing my eyes with a smile. When I opened them again, I realized that I'd been asleep on Axel's shoulder for hours. It was morning already. I woke him up and we rushed to the nearest store to buy some decent clothes. We changed into new ones, and as we went to school together, everyone looked stunned. But Liam looked furious. He immediately pulled me aside.
Are you out of your mind? Why did you come with that stupid gangster?
Buzz off, Liam. It's none of your business.
I can't believe you're choosing him over me. We basically grew up together.
Axel suddenly came up to me and handed me my undershirt from last night.
You forgot this in my bag.
Everyone dramatically gasped, and I turned into the ripest tomato. I purposely started coughing to distract everyone, but it only made Liam and Axel race to get my inhaler from my bag.
Back off, man. You back off, idiot.
Suddenly, Morgan jumped in between them. Boys, stop fighting over that trash with stupid lungs. I'm right here. One of you can have me. I'll take either of you. Both the boys ignored her and continued glaring at each other. Okay, that's enough. I'm not a damsel in distress who needs constant saving. I'm totally fine. Tori couldn't stop teasing me about everything that happened. I'm loving the fact that two hotties are fighting over you, but I'm Team Axel, obviously. Liam is the villain in this story. Tori, I swear to God, my life is not a cheesy fan fiction. Seems like it anyway. She then walked away with a teasing smile. In the following days, Axel and I started hanging out, and it drove Liam even crazier. But I didn't care. I was really having fun with him. He even introduced me to his friends at their club. One time, I tried to touch his favorite cube, but he panicked.
Be careful. You have to hold it gently. It's the 6th generation fully functional limited edition cube.
God, he was such a hot nerd. Don't worry, I'll handle it with care. And then, I surprised him by solving it in less than a minute.
Brains and beauty? You're really something else, Olivia.
Suddenly, Liam appeared out of nowhere and challenged him.
Let's have a polo match, tomorrow after school. 1-on-1. The winner can date Olivia, while the loser should back off. Forever.
Are you out of your mind? I'm not a freaking trophy for a stupid competition. To my surprise, Axel replied,
See you tomorrow then.
As Liam walked off, I turned to Axel angrily, but he took my hand.
It's the only way for him to back off. I promise, I'll win this.
Okay, but be careful. I don't trust Liam to play fair. I was their only audience the next day, and I was a bundle of nerves. Minutes into the game, Axel was already being Liam's butt effortlessly.
Are you ready to lose? Ask that to yourself, idiot.
To my surprise, Liam suddenly hit Axel's horse with his mallet, causing it to panic and throw him off. Liam then grabbed the chance to hit the ball and shoot it at the goal. He then came up to me and smirked.
You're mine now, whether you like it or not.
Over my dead body, Liam. You're not my best friend anymore. You're a monster.
A very sexy and attractive monster?
Axel got up and glared at him.
You clearly cheated. This is not fair. We never had any rules, loser.
Axel lunged forward to attack Liam, who suddenly snapped his fingers, and his bodyguard dragged Axel away. And I felt even angrier. Do you really think all this is helping you win me over? You're just making me dislike you more.
What do you think your parents would say if they learned their little princess is dating a gangster?
Where's your proof? Axel is a decent guy, and he's also a genius.
You really like him, don't you?
Finally, you got the hint.
We'll see about that.
The next day, I was surprised to see the whole school in a total mess. The walls were all ruined with spray paint, and half the lockers had been smashed. The principal was fuming. He checked the surveillance footage, and we were all shocked to see who the culprit was. Axel. It couldn't be.
I knew it. He couldn't accept the fact that I beat him in a game yesterday, so he threw a little tantrum.
Suddenly, Morgan clung to Axel's arm.
You could have destroyed me instead, Axel babe, and I would have thanked you for it.
Girl, have some dignity and eat this to fill your empty brain.
Axel turned to me and said, "You know I couldn't do this, Olivia."
Of course. Only idiots would believe that footage. Unfortunately, the principal was one of them. He immediately suspended Axel, and seeing Liam grinning made my blood boil. Obviously, he had framed Axel, but I had to find some proof first. Later that night, I sneaked through Liam's window and hid inside his closet. Soon, he entered his room with a guy who was wearing the same outfit and hairstyle as Axel, and they were talking about how they had set him up this morning. I knew it! I made a video of the whole thing, and just then I bumped into something and made a loud sound. And the next second, the closet door flew open, and Liam turned into a psycho.
You little witch. Give me your phone, or else.
He was about to hurt me when his parents suddenly barged in. I showed them the video and told them about Liam's behavior, and they were very disappointed.
You're gonna regret this, Olivia. You'll see.
To teach him a lesson, his parents cut off his allowance and put him on a plane back to Germany. I was sad because I'd lost my childhood friend, but he just wasn't the same guy anymore. And now I could finally focus on Axel. I headed to their club, but he wasn't there. I didn't find him at his mansion either. I tried calling him on his phone, but there wasn't any signal. Where was he? What if Liam did something to him before leaving? Feeling so worried, I suddenly had a hard time breathing, but I couldn't find my inhaler anywhere.
Looking for this?
I turned to see Axel, and he was holding my inhaler. I ran to him with happy tears. I thought something bad had happened to you.
I'm sorry if I got you worried. I just got busy doing something.
He brought me up to his room, and I was shocked when he unveiled a huge painting-like Rubik's Cube with my face on it. Axel, this is just amazing.
Olivia, I've liked you since the first time I laid my eyes on you, but I was too scared to get close to you because I knew I'd just fall for you. And well, I did.
So what are you waiting for? He responded by finally kissing me, and it felt surreal.
I love you.
I love you too. Suddenly, Tori stepped into the room and started jumping like a monkey. I knew it! Wait, had she been following me? Axel and I just chuckled at her craziness.
Hey there, I'm Liz from Small Town, USA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my life was a series of patched up clothes and hand-me-down shoes. Dad worked long hours at his construction job just to make ends meet. Our tiny house creaked and groaned like it was about to collapse any minute. Meals were simple and repetitive. Beans, rice, and more beans. I shared a bed with my parents because we couldn't afford a separate one for me. Once when I was 7, I had an accident in the middle of the night and wet the bed. As I woke up and I realized what had happened, I started to cry. But instead of getting frustrated, Dad just hugged me and wiped my tears away.
It's okay, Liz. Accidents happen. We'll clean it up and everything will be fine.
Life was tough, but I always felt loved. When I turned 16, things became tougher as Dad got super sick and he needed heart surgery. He couldn't work anymore, and I got a job as a waitress to help Mom out. A few weeks later, I noticed this rich-looking guy around my age who would come into the restaurant daily, and I'd always catch him staring at me. I ignored it for the first few days, but then I'd had enough. Hey, what's your problem?
Whoopsie. You don't need to clean it.
I wasn't going to clean it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, you don't work for me. I mean, I'd be lucky if a pretty girl with those pretty eyes worked for me, but no, only old people work for me now. Not that I'm against old people, like, ageism is bad.
Just tell me why you're here and why you keep staring at me. Are you a pervert?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm here for a reason, but I'm not sure I can talk to you yet.
And then he just left. That was so weird. He disappeared for a few weeks, and I thought that was the end of it. But then one day, he came back and said he was ready to talk.
Okay, my name is Steve, and I think you're my neighbor's granddaughter, the Richard family. Your dad was super wealthy, but he had problems with his family and was cut off. You're supposed to be super wealthy too. It hurts to see you struggling like this. So yeah, I just can't be quiet anymore.
I obviously thought it was a prank, but then he showed me pictures that made me stop short. That was my dad in his younger years, looking happy with some people in front of a mansion.
There's more. Maybe we can talk after your shift?
Look, I don't know who you are and what you're trying to do, but please, just leave me alone. And I left before he could say another word, but all this information was making my head spin, and I asked Mom about it that night.
Oh, Liz, it seems like our situation will never get better, so I think it's time to tell you. Your grandparents are super wealthy, but your dad thinks they're dishonest people, maybe even thieves. He tried to expose them once, but when they found out, they cut him off for good. Please, don't talk to him about any of this. I have their address. Just go there and try talking to them. Maybe their hearts will soften when they see you, and they'll help with Dad's surgery. It's worth a try. This was a lot to process, but Dad's health wasn't gonna get better, and we needed money. So after a week, I made a decision to go. We told Dad that I got accepted for a free college course and that I would be away for some weeks. The next day, I took a train to the state where my grandparents lived and went to the address Mom had given me. I nervously rang the bell, and a butler opened the door. Yes, may I help you?
Hi, I'm Liz. I think I'm related to the people who live here. I'm their granddaughter.
That's impossible. Their granddaughter already lives here. She's been with us for months. You better leave before I call security.
The butler slammed the door in my face. I started walking away, feeling so confused. I'd just gone down the block when I bumped into Steve.
Liz, what are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing here?
No, you can't be here. Come with me.
Steve took me to his mansion and sneaked me inside his bedroom.
Quick, get in here.
What's going on?
Who saw you at that house?
Just the butler? And he said the family's granddaughter already lives there. Do they have more grandchildren?
No, your father's their only son. That girl is an imposter your grandparents have hired to be you. Listen, I can't explain more right now. I just wish you told me you were coming so I could have planned better.
Okay, nothing is making sense. And why are you hiding me?
No one should see you around here. And you need a place to stay, right? Just stay here. And please, trust me. By the way, your eyes are beautiful.
Yeah, you told me before.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I mean, you're welcome. I'll get you some food. Don't come out.
That night, I slept on Steve's bed and he slept on the couch, except I didn't sleep much. I had so many questions. Why would my grandparents hire an imposter and not contact me instead? In the morning, Steve suggested that I leave the mansion in disguise to avoid being recognized. He pulled out some baggy clothes and a boy's wig from his closet. Are you serious? Who would recognize me around here anyway?
The butler might have told the Richard family that a girl with your description turned up yesterday, claiming to be their granddaughter. We need to be careful.
There is no way I'm wearing that. Go buy me a girl's wig. It's your plan, so it's your responsibility.
Yeah, sure. I'll go get one right away.
He got me a blonde wig, glasses, and some dresses, and we sneaked out of the house to have breakfast at a cafe. Look, I need some answers now. Why would my grandparents hire a girl to pretend to be me?
Okay, I'll explain everything. Everyone around here knows that your dad's great aunt threatened to cut your grandparents off from her unless they set things right with your dad, and everybody expected that he would reject them. And then a few days later, boom, they suddenly had a granddaughter living with them. They introduced her to your great aunt as proof that they'd mended relations with your dad. They even faked her DNA test.
Well, how did you figure out she's fake?
Because I heard her arguing with your grandparents one night. She was asking them for money, and they were shouting at her that she'd get it as long as she kept acting like their granddaughter. That's when I started tracking you down.
Oh God, this is too much to process. And my grandparents aren't gonna help me, are they? They'll never admit I'm their granddaughter now when everyone thinks the other girl is.
Yeah, they're terrible people, and they won't help you out. But the imposter girl, Lily, she goes to my school. Maybe if we can get close to her, we can get her to admit that she's only acting as their granddaughter. If we have some proof, we can go to your dad's great aunt with it. I'm sure she'll help you out.
Steve offered to let me stay as long as I needed and even got me enrolled in his school, where everything was so fancy and intimidating. During lunch, I was sitting with Steve and his friends in the cafeteria when suddenly a girl plopped her butt next to him. Oh, hi, Steve. You look so good today. Who's this girl with you? Don't tell me she's your girlfriend, God forbid. You promised you'd date me soon, yeah?
No, Lily, I didn't. And this is my friend Liz. Liz, this is Lily. Remember? I told you about her.
Oh, you've been talking about me? How sweet. Liz, please knock some sense into your handsome friend and tell him that we're meant to be, okay? And by the way, you look ugly, which is good because I don't have to worry about you being a threat. Really? Well, I think I look super pretty, and that's bothering you, which is why you're insulting me for no good reason. No, I'm insulting you for a good reason, which is that you're ugly. Anyway, Liz, why are you here at our school?
just here to get a good education, like everyone else. Wow, I bet you don't even know the latest dance craze that's been going around the school. How can you even call yourself a student here? A dance craze? Oh, I'd love to see you demonstrate it, Lily. Lily hesitated, then stood up in the middle of the cafeteria. She began to do a bizarre dance that looked like a mix between the chicken dance and the Macarena. Everyone in the cafeteria stopped to watch, and laughter erupted as Lily flailed her arms wildly. Realizing she'd made a fool of herself, Lily stopped dancing and glared at me.
Well, I hope you're happy. You just made me look ridiculous in front of the entire school.
Actually, you did that all by yourself, Lily, but don't worry, your dance moves were definitely memorable. Suddenly, Lily attacked me, and I wasn't taking it. We fought like wildcats till Steve and some other boys pulled us apart.
I'm coming back for you, you lizard. You're gonna regret this.
Whoa, I didn't expect you to fight like that. Are you okay? Also, the plan is to get closer to Lily, and now she hates you.
I know, but she's so annoying, and she attacked me first. But I should have kept my cool. I guess all the recent stress has just gotten to me. I'll go apologize to her. The next day, I decided to visit Lily at her house because I was also curious about my grandparents. I got her a stuffed flamingo as a gift and made my best I'm sorry face. Hey, Lily, I just came by to make things right between us. No. Like, leave. Shoo. Oh, wait, is that a flamingo? How'd you know it was my favorite fish? Okay, you can come in and get to know me, 'cause, yeah, I'm amazing. But remember, I'm watching you like a hawk with glasses, because I don't trust you. Okay then, by the way, I love the roses on your dress. Thanks, I water them every day. But don't think I'm fooled by your compliments. I still don't trust you. Weirdly enough, I didn't have the worst time with Lily, even though she was crazy. She challenged me to a game of speed chess and beat me every round. Checkmate, you suck at this. Checkmate, loser. Then she wanted us to play Scrabble, and when I beat her, she flipped the board over. I don't like this game. Let's get something to eat. I went down to the kitchen with her, and I started feeling angry at my grandparents. They had enough food here to feed an army. How could they let their son suffer in poverty? Just as Lily and I were taking a tray of food upstairs, we came across my grandmother, who was going bonkers on a maid. How dare you step on my dress? Didn't I scold you just this morning? It's like I need to scold you 3 times a day. Maybe I should just fire you. Grandma, I like this maid. Please, don't fire her. And also, we have company. My grandmother glared at me coldly, then turned to Lily. Did you ask my permission to have company over? I don't want some greedy leech stuck to you because of our status and money. Look at her piling food onto a tray like she's never even seen food before. What? No, I didn't. Leave. Leave this very instant. I looked at Lily, who was red-faced and silent, and I just ran out of there. Steve, my grandma is a mean, awful witch, and I don't think I'll get Lily to admit anything. I should just go home.
No, you can't give up so easily. You need to expose these horrible people to your great aunt. You deserve to have a better life, Liz.
I don't know, Steve. Why do you care so much?
Because, I don't know, maybe I'm like your dad and I can't see evil and do nothing. Like a truth warrior kind of thing. Maybe I'm like Robin Hood, but I don't steal from the rich and give to the poor, so I'm not like Robin Hood. But come on, smile, girl. Oh no, I can't see. Your blinding smile lit up the entire room. I mean, the entire house. No, the entire neighborhood. Oh no, the entire...
Shut up and let's go for a walk. As we walked around the neighborhood, Steve's easygoing nature made me feel relaxed and comfortable, like we'd known each other for ages. Suddenly, I grabbed him and kissed him, and he kissed me back. But the next day at school, we'd just walked into the hallway when Lily came running and threw her arms around me. I'm really sorry about Grandma yesterday. She was just PMSing. Isn't she like 70 years old? Yeah, so? Listen, she's really not that bad, but I'm so sorry she screamed at you. I was having such a good time, and for the first time since I came here, I felt like I had a friend. Please, don't stop being my friend. Fine, I won't, but I'm not hanging out at your house again. Deal. I hate that place anyway. So, bestie, have you talked to Stevie here about how he should stop resisting my charms? Yeah, I'm still working on it. If I wanted to stay close to Lily, Stevie and I had to hide our feelings for each other in school. But afterwards, we would have the most amazing time together and really got to know each other. One morning, he surprised me with a hot air balloon ride. We climbed into the basket and took off, watching the sun rise over the horizon.
Liz, I never thought I could feel this way about someone. I can't imagine my world without you now.
Steve, I feel the same. You've been my rock through all of this. As we shared a tender kiss, it felt as if the whole world had melted away, leaving just the two floating in our own little universe. Lily and I were growing closer too, and one day we were supposed to go to the mall after school, but she blew me off saying something important had come up. I saw her leave and decided to follow her. She took a bus to the other end of town and then ran to a woman waiting at the bus stop.
Oh, Mom, I've missed you so much.
I started recording everything on my phone, breathlessly.
Here's some more money, Mom. I have to stay for a few more months before the Richards give me the last payment. Will it be enough for now?
Yes, honey, thank you. I know how hard this has been for you.
Well, at least I sleep on a nice bed, eat nice food, and go to a nice school. But yeah, it's so hard. That rich old couple is horrible, and I hate it when I have to meet people and pretend to be their loving granddaughter. I hope all their teeth rot soon so they can never enjoy food again.
I snuck away before Lily could spot me. The video would be enough proof to convince my great aunt. This is everything we need, Liz. Your great aunt is hosting a big charity gala next weekend, and many influential people will be attending. It'll be the perfect opportunity to expose your grandparents to her and the world. But what about Lily? I'm exposing her too, right? And it seems like her mom needs money too. But you are their actual granddaughter, and you deserve the help your great aunt can give you. You can't worry about other people right now. Maybe he was right, and I don't know how much longer Dad could go without the surgery. That weekend, Steve and I went to the event. I felt super nervous, but Steve reassured me that everything would be okay. Soon after we entered the hall, Lily grabbed a mic from the stage.
Testing, testing. Lily is pretty. Yep, it works fine.
And then she approached me, and suddenly she pulled hard at my wig and took it off.
Look, everyone. See how fake this girl is? And I thought she was my friend, but I've discovered she's a fake snake. Oh yeah, I saw you kissing Steve in the park one day, you big liar.
Okay, so Steve doesn't like you, and you're gonna call me a liar when your entire existence here is fake? Someone from the crowd shouted,
Who are you girls, and why are you causing so much drama?
Let me tell everyone who I am. I'm Liz, the real granddaughter of the Richard family. And this girl right here, she's a con witch. The Richard family are liars. They cut off their own son because he couldn't stay quiet and wanted to expose them for their stealing and corruption. This innocent girl has been living with her sick dad, struggling to make ends meet, while her grandparents are billionaires who hired a girl to steal more wealth from their great aunt. Everyone stared at the Richard family in shocked silence. Just then, the great aunt stepped closer to me.
You do look like your father, but how can I know you're telling the truth?
I showed her the video of Lily and her mom, and even my DNA test.
Really? You will believe this lying, dishonest beggar? Shut up! How dare you? You're the liars. You thought you and your wife could fool me and get away with it? Get lost, both of you.
Now! My grandparents started crying and begging, but my great aunt stood firm, and they both left. And suddenly, Lily turned into a madwoman.
Oh, Liz, there's something Steve didn't tell you about himself. The Richard family and Steve's dad were business partners, and they stole from his dad, almost ruining him completely. So my guess is that Steve brought you here to expose them for his own revenge, not because he cares about you.
I looked at Steve, stunned. No, you did all this because you're a truth warrior and because you love me, right, Steve? Steve silently looked down, and tears filled my eyes. At that moment, my great aunt stepped in. Come with me, dear. Through my tears, I choked out, What now? Life can't stand to see me happy. I just want to go home. I'll take you home, love. You're my family, and I'll take care of you now. The next day, everyone was talking about the scandal. Lily and my grandparents were arrested for fraud, and I returned home with my great aunt. I missed you so much, guys. My great aunt immediately took care of my dad's surgery, which was a success. After he had recovered completely, she insisted that we move in with her and that my dad join her business. She wanted someone honest and hardworking like him. Dad gratefully accepted the offer, and our lives turned upside down. We were rich, healthy, and happy, but I couldn't stop thinking about Steve. Although the jerk didn't even try to contact me. One day, we heard a knock on the door, and it was Lily looking miserable.
Please, I'm begging you, forgive me. I just got out of jail on bail. My mom spent everything she had to get me out. She used to work for the Richard family as a maid once, and we needed money so desperately, so I agreed to pose as their granddaughter. Please, she can't afford to fight this case.
I couldn't help pitying her. She was just a poor girl who had needs, and my grandparents exploited them. My great aunt dropped the case against her, and we even helped her with the money. A few weeks later, Dad came home with a guest, Steve. Liz, I don't have much to say, but yes, I brought you here to expose your grandparents because I badly wanted revenge. But I think I fell in love with you in the process. All I've come to ask for now is a second chance. Steve, I was really hurt when I found out about your intentions, but deep down, I feel something special between us two. And if it wasn't for you, my family would still be struggling. So, can we just take it slow and see where this goes?
Sure, we can take it slow, like a turtle doing yoga or a snail on vacation. But seriously, I'm ready to put in the effort to rebuild your trust and make this work, if you are.
I smiled at him, and he smiled back.